What? I'm not late. You're late. Oh my god. Hi, I'm not late. You're late. I'm not late. You're late. No, you're not late. Actually, I'm very late. Sorry. Hi, sweeties. Oh my god. This morning started out fine, and then it was like, oh, puppy problems. Puppy problems. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Ooh! More pals, please. More pals, please. Thank you so much for my pal attacks, cutie pies. Particularly Ozzy, Nyx, Eisen, Solar, Eisen again, and Eisen again.
11 months. Almost a whole year since I met you in that room at PAX Melbourne. I remember being so nervous and not really knowing how to talk to anyone, and then you came over, said hello, and introduced yourself. You made me feel comfortable in a room full of complete strangers, and I've never forgotten that. I'll genuinely always be grateful to you for that moment and for everything since. Here's to almost a year, and so many more to come.
Oh, Ram! That's so fucking sweet of you, honey. Thank you so very much. Firstly, I have 2 thank yous to give to you, actually, Ram. Thank you so very much for almost a full year. Almost an entire year. I'm so grateful, darling. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. That is so generous of you. Thank you for your amazing support, incredible generosity, just lovely demeanor. Thank you so much, Ram. But on a personal note, thank you so much for being so receptive. I'm a very well, as you experienced, I'm quite an outgoing person. Hopefully you perceived like my warmth in person as well. But it's always scary, you know, even for someone who is kind of like quite outgoing and I'm like looking around for new friends and stuff. It's nerve-wracking, right? And I'm just so thankful that you were so receptive and that you were so engaged as soon as I walked up to you, and the fact that you still remember that this whole entire year later. And I wish so badly that I could be coming back to PAX. Lab, thank you for the pal attack. I wish that I could be going back to PAX this year because I would love to see you again. Recreate that moment, you know, but with hugs maybe, instead of just, hi, I'm Tao. But I'm so very thankful that stuck with you. That makes me so happy that interaction, that positive interaction, was perceived so well and so appreciated by you. I will always remember it as well, Ram. Thank you so very much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of the community for almost a full year. I think literally for next year, I think I might actually start like a PAX fund, you know, so that hopefully I can definitely go next time, because I am bummed that I'm not going this time, if I'm being completely honest. I wish that I could be. But Ram, thank you so very much for 11 months, and also for the very kind recollection of how we met and how appreciated you felt, and how I feel very appreciated that you still remember that. So thank you so much. Also, awesome Aussie, thank you so much for gifting that sub to the incredible Eisen, darling. I do appreciate it. Thank you, awesome Aussie. Thank you. All right, let me also say thank you so much for the pal hat, sweetest space cat. Thank you, lovely. How are you doing? Precious Prime, thank you so much for the 60. The 60 story streak. Ew. Wombat. I thought it was, it was stuck on my hair. Ew. Sweetest Sam, thank you so much for the 15 story streak. I so appreciate it. And Precious Perry, welcome on in, darling. Quick thing I know, as I occasionally just randomly do, but Perry was the very first person who ever chatted in this stream. It's kind of crazy to think that we're partnered now. Thank you so much for the hype train, my darlings. I so appreciate it. Thank you. That's incredible. Thank you very much, hon. That's super sweet. And also lovely love. Thank you for the 270 stream streak. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Hello, Tao and pals. How are you all doing today? I am doing Well, I'm a little bit frazzled. Coda had some tummy problems this morning that required some cleanup, so we did start quite a bit later than I intended to. I do apologize, but my baby dog has to come first, you know. I'm sure that you guys understand that with your pets. Your fur babies. Thank you so much for the care package, lovely Ram. You're going to help me intake an extraordinary amount of caffeine right now. Extraordinary for me, that is, which is approximately 1 shot, which most Australians would laugh at, but you know. Also, gorgeous geeks, how are you? Thank you so much for the 7 days notice. I really appreciate it. The streak builds. Who'd have thunk I'd maintain this with the time difference? I am very impressed, gorgeous geeks. You know what I'm even more impressed with? That with any luck, we will have a D&D game this weekend with like, you know, the scariest thing, the biggest boss is scheduling, right, in D&D? I am quite nervous. I'm a little bit anxious because for a lot of D&D parties, once there's a big break, it's like, oh, actually, I filled up this time slot. Please, please don't let that happen. I'm so looking forward to it, hun. But how are you doing, gorgeous geeks? I'm very impressed that you managed to keep the streak as well. Very, very impressive stuff. I've got D&D withdrawal. I'll run it solo if I have to. Don't you dare run it solo. If you lead a D&D, my Saturday night is like, what is the word I'm looking for? My Saturday night is sacred. It is sacred, okay? My Saturday night every other week is dedicated to D&D forever, okay? So if you are planning to run a solo adventure, you better invite me, okay? In fact, let's make the deal right now, okay? Let's make the deal right now, geeks. If Precious Politely or Lovely Blue or Cutie Cacto are not available, or like if none of them are available rather, you and I still meet in the Discord and we still play the game, okay? It doesn't have to be the game, it doesn't have to be Stardust Memoir, but we're doing this duo, okay? Just the two of us. All right, let me say hello to everybody. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I do appreciate it. Like I said, for those of you who are just coming in, I had a moment this morning with my babadoos. So I do apologize. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Radical Ronnie. So I do apologize for starting stream quite a little bit late. Sorry. Okay, there we go. I had to replug in my fucking interface. I keep forgetting to like send a help ticket in, but all right. Let me say hello to all of you, my darling pals. Got it. Deal. Fortnightly D&D forever. Exactly. Forever. Sweetest how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. And lovely Lith. Welcome in, gorgeous. How are ya? Awesome Aussie, how are you? Ow, fuck. Thank you so much for the super sweet review over on VGen, Awesome Aussie. I really appreciate it. That is one of the most like effusive and lovely reviews I've ever had. Thank you so much. How was the movie? It was really quite good. I did enjoy it. Obviously, we're not gonna spoil anything here because there's not everybody here has seen the new Spider-Man, but I saw my 3rd movie of the entire year in theaters today. Not today, yesterday, with Nath, and we saw Spider-Man. And it was really good. And the choreography, as always, is fucking killer. It was really, really, really sick. And I didn't realize 2.5 hours had passed. So that's probably a good sign, right? Nath says it's a 10 out of 10 for a Marvel movie. And he says it's an 8 out of 10 for a general movie, okay? I would probably say it's like 1 beneath that. I would say it's 9 out of 10 for a Marvel movie and like 7 out of 10 for a regular movie. But that's still worth watching, you know? I'm also a little bit more critical of films than Nath is, but it was fun. It was very, very fun. Highly recommend you guys watch it if you have the remotest interest in superhero flicks or just Spider-Man. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. I really do appreciate the contributions. Lovely Aussie and Radical Ram, thank you so very much. And thank you for the Sing Redeem, beautiful Bubblim. Let me scroll up and then hopefully I'll remember when I scroll back down. If not, just remind me before we get started. On our gaming, I've got D&D withdrawal. Poor geeks. I talked with my sister-in-law about I want to go to Australia and said they would send me there on a few conditions, but I need to wait 2 to 3 years. Then maybe I can meet you reborn and more at PAX. I would love to meet as many precious pals as possible at PAX. I had a great time last year because there were, I think about like 4 pals, and I reckon we'd have more now. And I want to give you all consenting hugs. Like, yeah. Quick reminder for everyone who is going to PAX in like a couple of months. Please ask before you hug people. Please don't just walk up behind people and like touch them or anything like that. I did have one person do that to me last PAX and it made me super uncomfortable. But when people were like, can I have a hug? I was like, fuck yeah, give me a hug. I love hugs. Let me see. I'm doing good. I'm feeling a little sick tonight. Ate something earlier and didn't help. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry, lovely Lobbit. I really hope you feel much better very soon. Caffeine. Exactly, Ram. In fact, I think I'll have another sippy. Caffeine. Radical Rodney, thank you for the 15 studies. I do appreciate it. I hope Coda's doing much better now. I think he is. He's just a little baby. He's just a little tummy problem baby. Yekaros! High level Yekaros. How are you? Uppies for you. Good Yekaros. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Incredible Ison, how are you? Welcome on in. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Exceptional Engage. Uppies for you. Good Engage. Let me see. Lovely Lobbit. Uppies. Good Lobbit. How are you, sweetheart? Wait, no, sorry. I asked that. I meant to say, I hope you're doing much better, is what I meant to say. I'm so used to bleh. There's the how are you bleh. There it goes. Awesome Aussie gets some uppies. Good Aussie. And Incredible Lab gets some uppies. Good lovely lab. Let me see. Ram, oh, that's such a sweet message. I still really appreciate that. That's so lovely. I just want to reread it. I just want to reread it. That's so sweet. I'm so glad that we had that experience and that you've stuck around for so long. It really does mean the world. Nix, uppies for you. Good, Nix. I hope you're doing incredibly well, Ram. I know things haven't been like super great recently, but I hope that they are getting better. Sweeta Sofa, how are you? It's so good to see you. Wonderful Wadas, welcome in, Wadas. How are you? And Sweeta Solar, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. We are rapidly approaching that, by the way. We're gonna have a storytelling stream before you know it. Let me see. Wadas, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream and the community games challenge. I do appreciate that as well. Let me see. Cutie Cloak, how are you? Welcome on in. It's so good to see you. Today's fun fact. Today's fun fact is I have the pleasure of welcoming sweetest Shadow Princess VT into the chat. How are you, lovely? But also, when stressed, the hippo secretes a chemical called hipposudoric acid with a distinct red color. The blood sweat acts as a natural sunscreen and antimicrobial. Interesting. Oh, it's like blood looking, is it? Hippos are terrifying, dude. Hippos are so scary. Piggly Wiggly people have sensitive hearing, so we'll know when the volume even slightly changes. Yeah, sorry, as you saw, I was a little bit, I started out my day super chill, and then Coda happened, and then I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to delay the start of stream by a bit. And then I delayed the start of stream. Even after delaying the start of stream, I delayed starting stream, then doing the getting started, you know. Anyway, thanks for being here. I got Timmy's for breakfast, homemade sloppy joes for lunch, and restaurant salmon, asparagus, and mashed potatoes for supper, thoroughly drizzled maple butter. Holy fuck, Cutie Cloak, that is some, you're living life, man. That's amazing. That sounds really good. Oh, that sounds pretty fucking good. Hi there, Sweetest Star Jeffrey. How are you? Welcome. I love that I have gotten to the point where I have put you all on guard with whether or not I'm gonna pop in early or not. You just you wait. Just you wait. One of these days it's gonna be like 7 minutes, and then I'm gonna be like, ha, boo, gotcha, press those power attacks before it's time. That day was not today though. Sweetest Soritza. How are you, sweetie pie? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Space Hi, lovely space cat. Thank you for my pal hat earlier as well. Cutie Cloak, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. And that's where I leave off. Now I gotta scroll down. Hold on. I gotta see who else has come in. Oh, wait, hold on, I passed. Okay, got it. Deal, fortnightly D&D forever. Got it, okay, we're there. Lift uppies. Hi, lovely Lift. How are you? I made it home. Time to get screamed at by my cat. Oh, kitty cat is starving. Don't you know he's never eaten in his life? That's how Coda acts too. Oh my God. Can't stick around right now, but I've got your art playlist going with the volume low. Thank you so much, Phil. I really appreciate it. Let's hope YouTube doesn't strip you monetization. Well, they can't strip me of monetization more than they already have. I have no monetization on YouTube right now, so you're right. Let's hope. But I do really, really massively appreciate the support, lovely Phil. Thank you so much. For those of you who are wondering what we're talking about, if you haven't heard,
oh my God.
Oh my gosh, Aussie! Thank you so much for contributing to the new iPad. Thank you so much. Thank you, sweetie. I really appreciate it. That is so generous of you. Thank you so much, sweetest Aussie. I really appreciate it. I do have that up there at this point just because I'm really worried about my iPad constantly crashing, and as you guys have witnessed, the battery is not holding out very well. Which makes it quite hard to stream for any period of time. At the moment, I'm going through two entire external batteries every art stream just for my iPad. And don't worry, it's charged to 100 before I start, so. But thank you so much, Aussie, I really appreciate it. Also, Radical Oratis, thank you for the 230 stream streak. That is incredible. Thank you so much for your dedication and support. Okay, so what I was talking about with Phil just now, we are trying to get monetized. We have a deadline now, otherwise it's never gonna happen probably, because I'm not sure if you heard, but YouTube is doubling the amount of watch hours that you have to have in order to get monetized. We'd love to get monetized over there because I would love to start paying Strat for his incredible work. And we would love to start putting out like longer form content and videos and stuff like that. So, if you guys are able to, it'd be super, super helpful if you could just, it's totally free, by the way. If you have an internet connection, it's free to do. If you go to TauTassieTiger, the YouTube channel, and then you go to the art playlist specifically, go to the art playlist and just say, play all, okay? Please make sure that you have the volume up just a little bit, and just up a little bit. You can't mute the tab or anything, apparently. Otherwise it won't count there. But yeah, if you could just like, leave that going. That would be fantastic. We have, I think 1.5 thousand hours for full monetization and like 500 for partial monetization. So if we can get there before December, and I think if many of you do help out with this, that would certainly contribute to it, and that'd be amazing if you don't mind. No worries if you can't, but if you are able to and you want to help out and it's totally free, then that'd be amazing of you. I would really appreciate it. And then you can get more like long form content from us. Yeah, it should be really, really cool once we do get monetized over there. Also, Magnificent Mathematica. Hi, sweetie, welcome on in. Okay, I have a song. Okay, sorry, I found the song Beautiful Bubbling. Give me a sec. I will find my lyrics because I never remember them. All right, everything stays, and then don't worry, I will continue to scroll after we sing our song. All right. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly. Daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Coda's barking. I don't know if you can hear him. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is rising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays. Sorry, Coda going ballistic. Stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go. Sorry, I was slightly distracted and I probably should have hydrated not on caffeine and coffee, but there you go. Okay, sorry. I will continue to scroll now. Thank you for the request, beautiful Buplin. I hope it was okay. Glad you liked it. I have my issues with it, but overall it's great. I would love to hear your issues with it, Strat, just over DMs. But yeah, I would love to chat with you about it. I will be drawing again this stream. Please do. I would love that. I would love to see your art workings. I still need to see it. Instead, I spent the last 2 days reading Donny Cates' run on Venom. Can't see the movie, so read the comics. Oh! Who is Donny Cates? Am I gonna get crucified for not knowing who that is? Let me see. Thank you again for the 15 stream streak, Ronnie. I appreciate it. Save! Hi, sweetest Save. Oh my god, that was 10 minutes ago. Fuck, I'm so sorry. Hi, sweetest Save. Are you still here? He may have left, but welcome in, sweetest Save. You guys, please check out Save. He's and please check out. This is another Catboy. We have Catboy Neo Greg and we have Catboy Save File. I'm collecting flesh tubers who allow me to put cat ears on their heads, and Save has permitted me to do so. His is a tier 3 emote, but if you guys have a subscription to him, a tier 3 subscription, you can use it to your heart's content, and I suggest that you do. But hi, Sweetest Save, how are you? It's so good to see you. If you are here, you guys, please check out Sweetest Save. He is an absolutely stellar streamer. He is a dear friend. He's an amazing guy. He's very, very smart. Very, very, very wise as well. But not in the, like, you know, talk down to you kind of way. He just, like, knows a lot of stuff. It'll stick in your brain, you know, like taffy. Yeah, like taffy. Let me see here. Yes, thank you. We must win the shout out war as well. So if you see random shout outs towards Save throughout the stream, then it's because we're winning the shout out war. He won the battle yesterday, but I will win the war today. I might be in and out since I want to experiment on a drink I'm working on. All good, Engaged. No worries, sweetie pie. Space General, I suggest you have the abruption all concentrates to transfer the wood method star. And I will after we do the steel method star. Hi, Vitalina, how are you? Still for the big? Hi, Valiant Valos. How are you, sweetie pie? How is our precious Pocky doing? I've been watching out of the corner of my eye for the last like hour or so. And it looks like she's having a blast. The graphic design of Metaphor is super, super cool too. Look up a picture of Hippo Blood Sweat sometime. It looks like they've been lethally wounded. Oh my god. Okay, maybe I will. Maybe not right now, but yeah, sometime I will. Scary. Did someone say maple butter and Timbits? Timbits! Is that another way that Canadians say Tim Hortons? Out of curiosity. Valos! Thank you for tuning to the community games and the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. Ozzy the goat! As are you. As are you. All my precious pals are goats. I mean, okay, people get confused if I say that. You guys are pouch pals. You're like Thylacines, right? Your little baby mini Thylacines, but you know, also GOAT goats. Engage, thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge as well. Talking about YouTube, the PAL efforts are paying off. We just need to keep this going and we will reach our goals before we know it. That would be amazing. If we do that and I can actually employ Strat, you can expect a lot more like pretty freaking high quality content. I'll tell you what. How flattering, Throne. It says, thank you for the contribution. And then it prompts me to unfollow. Oh, that's rude. That's rude, Throne. Don't do that. Thank you so very much for your very generous contribution, though, sweetheart. Really, really do appreciate it. That's super, super sweet of you. Gorgeous Gecko, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Mathemagical, we wave, we wave. I'm back. Welcome back, Cutie Cloak. The sooner we get to there, the better, because they do take time to approve the monetization. That is true. Unfortunately, I get all my Tau streams passed to me by a shady figure with a trench coat and sunglasses passed to me on a nondescript USB on a park bench. No internet. Oh well. I was like, whoa, this is intense. I didn't know I had like a shady organization working for me. That's fucking sick. Save, can you send me your contact? That's crazy. I would get my streams through a shady person on a bench. I'll thank you guys. Very sweet. Thank you for your kind words and vibey emotes. Ohayo, tsukai no Tao-chan. I am a little late today, but super excited to see you and happy to be with the pals again. Hope everyone is doing well today. Darling, we're doing great, especially now that you're here. Uppies for you, sweetie pie. How are you doing, darling Yuki? I hope that you're only late because of good things. I hope you're not stressing. Thank you for the care package, Cutie Company. I might actually drink some water for the first time today. Hold on. Mmm. Mmm. Yummy. Okay. You know how when you haven't drunk water and it like enters your tummy and then your tummy feels all cold? That's how it felt. I should drink more water. Thank you for the care package, Kitty Company. Hi there, gorgeous ghost. Welcome on in. How are you? Oh, did you like my voice? Thank you. I'm really appreciative. Thank you. Let me see. That was beautiful. Thank you. So beautiful with the singing and the voicing and the gloiven voiben. The gloiven voiben. Thank you. Oh, we got a Woven Storm. Dude, we haven't gotten to sing that one for a while. I'm excited to sing that one. Woven Storm. Hold on. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so behind, but I promise that. Okay, I love this song. I really, really love this song. This is a lot more in my range. I think. You can tell me what you think, but all right, let's, I'm also in a huge witchery mood because I cannot wait for Blood of Dawnwalker. I have a timer on my phone. I have a timer on my phone. Actually, let me see. Okay, it releases on the 3rd for Australians, I think, which is a Thursday. We're probably gonna have a stream on a Thursday in a few weeks because I am so starting that shit the second it comes out, man. Oh, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for Blood of Dawnwalker. I'm so excited. And it's by ex-CDPR devs, by the way. So if you're looking for it on CDPR's website, because I'm talking about The Witcher, that's not how it works. But the ex-Witcher devs are on it. And I am so hyped, dude. Oh, I can't wait for some dark fantasy shenanigans. Okay, sorry. There. These scars long have yearned for your tender caress, to bind our fortune, damn what the stars on, rend my heart open, then your love profess, a winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dreams come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm, to find your heart, its passion displaced by ever-growing, hardening into stone, amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dreams come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love that you might never have found? You flee, my dreams come the morning. Your scent berries tar, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. There you go. I love that song. I really love that song. Thank you for the request. Sweetest shadow princess. Oops, sorry, it's a little loud. Thank you, thank you. Sweetest Soritsa, how are you? It's so good to see you. Let me see here. Swag good. Welcome in. Hold on, let me read this silently for a second. I don't quite know how to respond to that one, Swag. I gotta say, you seem like a friend of Vetelina's. This sounds like a Vetelina quote. How are you? Question mark. Lovely Luna, welcome on in. How are ya? It's fine. Comics have a number of artists and writers, so it's okay not to know them all. That's fair. I have no internet and I left long ago. No! Save, is it your ghost? Is this your ghost? Is this your ghost here? No crucifixion, truly a legendary author and a legendary run, but the story probably won't make it to the movies for like another 10 years or something at this rate. Awesome comic though, huge recommend. That's sick. Oh wow, okay. Is it uniquely styled? Does it look different from most like Western comics? Also, gorgeous. Thank you for the thank you, Will. Thank you. Let me see here. Swag hopes everyone here is doing very nice and very good. We're very happy to have you, Swag. Thank you for coming in. You do indeed grace us with your presence. Cutie Company, how are you doing, darling? Metaphor is one of my favorite JRPGs alongside P5R. We are almost done with the main story with that one, I think. I'm really excited. Doing well. Hope everyone is doing well. Doing great, darling Valos. Very happy to see you here. Timbits are the equivalent to donut holes. Oh, but they're from Tim Hortons, right? Is that right? Am I insane? The general space can always succeed to succeed. Yes, indeed, Vetelina. Yes, indeed, on the hoof. Shadowgun, thank you for contributing the storytelling stream and the community games challenge. I said Timmy's, not Timbits. Oh, sorry. I didn't know if that was like something that Canadians also called it. I don't know. Sorry. Tao-chan, Donnie Cates' son is a comic book writer. His run on Venom is thought of as some of the best Venom stories. The movies do not come close. Wow. That's cool. That sounds really interesting. I would be down to read that sometime. Sorry, my eyeball is itchy. Hold on. Okay, all good. Math, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. You get to see the new clip, DM'd it to you. It should be out tomorrow. Let's go! I'm so excited, Strat. Thank you so much for your hard work. I asked Pocky what wisdom she had for me today and she told me to get sun, but not too much because skin cancer. I have a follow-up to her excellent advice, because that is excellent advice, Engage. Get some sun after applying a liberal amount of sunscreen to any part of your body that is revealed to the sun. And then spend like 2 hours in the sun. Good for you. Very good for you. Let me see here. I heard there was a huge underground market for VTubing streams in Taiwan. USB drives are hot commodities and often smuggled in dark crevices. What? What? If I was ever in Australia, I would say I'd be your shade person. Just know I'd be the brightest shady person you've ever seen. I love a bright shady person. Listen, I think honestly, being a bright shady person makes you a better shady person than a shady person, you know, because no one expects it. 5 weeks to go. Let's go. Wait, 5 weeks? 5 weeks? Until what? Sent you a program you want to take part in as well? Oh, thank you, Stride. I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, I didn't get a chance to check my DMs this morning, really. Yeah, sorry about that. But some
hello, motherfucker.
For Daniel. Good, Daniel. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, dearest Darth. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's such a pleasure to see you. Let me see. Mac, welcome on in. Blood of Dawnwalker. Yes, Blood of Dawnwalker. I'm very excited about it. Get off the phone. I need to connect to the World Wide Web. I think that was actually fully English there, Vetelina. Good job. We are blessed today, twice already. Oh my God, I could genuinely cry. Fucking beautiful voice. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Was excellent. Thank you. Oh, amazing double singing. Thank you, Nix. Thank you, Yuki. Making me weep with joy and feelings. Tao-chan is so beautiful. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. I'm really glad that you like my singing. Thank you so much. God, just singing. Thank you, Ozzy. How can I request? Ghost, we got a week-long redeem currently up called the TauTassieTiger redeem. You just have to make sure that you request something from the link, because I can't just take any request, because I don't really listen to music very much. So most of the things people would like request, I wouldn't even know. But the things that are in there, I know most of. So yeah, just copy and paste the link there. Hotel California. Okay, all right. Let me get down to that one. I think I'm still 10 minutes behind, knowing me. Yeah, practically. No, I lie. 5 minutes. Cut that in half. This is we're going back to the 90s with only 5-minute delay between responses to your emails. Let me see. Yuki, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream and the community games. I appreciate it. It saves Ghost in the Shell. Save, it's your ghost in the shell. I imagine Save would say something along the lines of, I am my own ghost. Actually, that is probably something he would say. Let's see what happens. Let me scroll and see if he said that. His ghost in the machine. Yeah. Hi, Terrific Talon. How are you? It's good to see you. Timbits or from Tim Hortons. Okay, Timmy's is another way to say Tim Hortons. Oh, good. Okay, so I'm not completely off base. I might just have the wrong product. Let me see here. Pretty lady, lovely Luna. Mwah. I assume that Sun advice was for me. I was getting some pistachios. It was for you, and I hope you enjoy those pistachios. Pistachios are bomb. Oh, it's 5 weeks for the game's release. Is it really that long? It's not, is it? It's like 3 weeks. Yeah, it's less than, it's like literally like 3 weeks and 2 days. Because it comes out on September 3rd for us, September 2nd for the rest of the world, I think. I'm so excited, dude. We are so fucking with that. Don't be surprised if that winds up being an unintentional 12-hour stream. I'll try not to, but we'll see. Thank you for the 60 stream stream. Terrific talent. Sorry, my voice is cracking. 60. Thank you so much, Terrific talent. Also, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream and the community games. It is indeed Tao Sing, lovely ghost. You have to redeem for the sings because she's a professional singer. No, falsities. I am my own ghost. That's nearly as scary as knowing that there's a skeleton inside you right now. That reminds me when people told me that like my bones are wet. Oh, I fucking hate that. That's a bad visual. I don't want bones to be wet. Musty, hi there, gorgeous Stinter, welcome on in. It's the 3rd, not the 23rd. No, it's the 3rd. It is the 3 of September. Say, Tao, have you played the free browser game Who Done Chat before? No, I have not. What is that? The squirrels around here like them too. Pistachios? I bet they do. Okay. Hotel California. There we go. You're finally home. Welcome home, hun. It has been a long time coming, hey? I'm glad that you made it home. Nice and safe. Tao once tagged the dry bones enemies in Mario with hashtag goals. Facts. Like, how many of you looked at my Instagram recently? That is something on there. No, it's not. Please don't go and look. I have nothing on there really except for like a recent announcement. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I guess I'll do water since we're doing Hotel California. I was gonna drink coffee. Tao is terrified of water. Nobody tell her she's mostly water. Yeah, nobody tell me that, please. I'm gonna have an existential crisis. I also prefer dry bones. Great Mario Bros. Enemy. There you go. I was telling some pals about a new app called Carrier Pidge, which is a messenger app that simulates sending messages by carrier pigeon. It measures the distance from sender to recipient and then uses the flight speed of a pigeon around 120 miles per hour to see how long it takes to arrive. You can even see where the bird is on its travels, and there is a limit on how many you can send at once. There's even a low chance that the pigeon will not arrive because it fell prey to something. That's incredible. How did you find out about that app, hun? That's crazy. I kind of love it though. Okay. Let me sing this song for you. Beautiful Aussie. All right. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of carlitos rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to... Oh, thank you for the follow to whoever did that on Instagram. Sorry. I got distracted. Sorry. Okay. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell. And I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Then she lit up a candle and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. There's plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, and again, you can find it here. Her mind is Tiffany twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys that she calls friends. How they dance in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I called up the captain, I said, please bring me my wine. He said we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are... Thank you, Ozzy. You should turn these notifications off. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night, and just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. They're living it up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibi. Mirrors on the ceiling, the pink champagne on ice. She said we are all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. They stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Relax, said the night man, we are programmed to receive. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. Sorry. There you go. Hold on, I need more waters. Also, I'll scroll up and see what you guys said. Just browsing my usual strange source on the interwebs. Thank you for the follow space. Let me see. Also, lovely Luna. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It's Tau time. Oh, yeah. Hey there, work. Welcome on in. How are you? Why do colored pencils have to be so pretty? I asked the same thing about fountain pens. I may have grabbed a used Asfine. My first Asfine! I don't know why they call it an Asfine. I don't think that's a great name, but that's okay. It's a vacuum filler. I'm so excited. It was used! It's worth it! it's worth it. Let me see here. Thank you for the request, honey bun. Talon, thank you for the I absolutely love the Asuna clap, the save clap, and the adorable little penguin clap. Great as always. Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. Amazing. Third, singing. No air guitar solo. Oh, thank you, Talon. I appreciate it. So somehow I wasn't the only pal that didn't know about the Insta. Yeah, if you ever want to know, I don't know if it's accessible to everybody, but there you go. We do have all of our links there. Do we not have Instagram on there? Aha! We don't have Instagram on there. I think we may have run out of room. Actually, that's a big message. Yeah, we have an Instagram. Luckily, you can pretty much find me anywhere under TauTassieTiger. I have a unique name, which is very helpful. I haven't had to be like TauTassieTiger 1, TauTassieTiger 2, 1, TauTassieTiger 1. All right, you guys, we actually are due for a quick break, just in time for us to move over to our, ooh, more follows, thank you. Just in time to move over to, our demos. You guys, if you don't know, on Tuesdays, Aussie time, we do demo days, where you guys submit the demos and then we play them. You do have to submit them before the stream, well, and usually like the day before because, or actually 2 days before. You gotta submit it before I make the schedule, because I put it on the schedule. I follow it on Instagram. I use that app maybe once a week. You may notice that I also have not really used it. Oh, thank you so much for the follows, you guys. I appreciate it. I do apologize. I appreciate you following. I will just say I am, as you see, I'm not terribly active on there. I do repost anything that involves me, but only if you're nice. Be nice and I'll repost it, but I got a dip pen today. I did see that space. It looks so cool. I really, really love that you're working with like the line variations and stuff. All right. We're gonna go on a break, but first, let me show you what we can start with. Let me see. Did we already do a slash shout out for save? Hold on. Did we do that already? We didn't. Ah, go follow him! Also, I'm on mod! Not on the main channel, but on the variety channel! So come see me whenever he's live on his variety channel, and also come see me when he's live on his main channel as well, because I'm there, like, pretty much all the time. I may be lurking, because I'm working and stuff, but I am always there! Always watching, Wazowski! Okay, let me show you guys what we can play today. Hold on, I gotta find the window here. I will win the shout-out war. Doesn't actually add a point. Darn, you caught on. Fuck! My brain doesn't work like yours. It's not fast enough. All right, let's go through what we can potentially play today, my darlings. Hold on a second. I don't know. Steam. Fuck, hold on. Where's my Steam one? Okay, I found it. All right, so let's go through all of our options today, shall we? Doop. Okay, whoa, that's big. That's big. Okay, so to start with, we have Wild and Chill. This is a laid-back wilderness escape where you forage. I like how where ya forage, hunt, and craft the off-grid cabin of your dreams. Far from the noise and nonsense, it's just you, your trusty companion, and a pal or two. I want all my pals there for one, but anyway. So this is Wild and Chill. Okay. I'll just get the demos out here. We also have Animal Shelter 2, which looks very cute. We actually have a couple of quite cozy games. It's chill and wild, even in word choice. That's true. Chill and wild. Oh my god, this is so depressing already. What the fuck? Oh my god. Welcome back to the heartwarming world of Animal Shelter 2. Provide a loving home for every four-legged friend in need. Play with them, pet them, even dress them up. Get to know them and find them a loving family. Play with your friends and manage your shelter together in co-op, which we won't do, but we'll do the single player version. So that's Animal Shelter 2. We also have we do have Cat Chaos from last week. This is the one game that we didn't get around to playing, so it's back on here for this week. Here and lurking, need to beat up some bad dudes in Spider-Man. It has been a day. Oh, are you playing the Spider-Man game, Dustin? But that is totally fair. You graduated to Tau Boy. I am Tau Boy. What can I say? I have to see what happened in Animal Shelter 1 first. No spoilers. This is Cat Chaos, which was recommended for last week. This is a physics destruction simulator where you're a mischievous house cat, destroying everything in sight. Topple items off of the tables, whirlwind spin through shelves, demolish furniture, upgrade your spin, and watch the damage bill skyrocket. Then take a good nap while your human crumbles. I wonder if Geeks is here. I don't want to play this in front of him. He might have nightmares. And then last but not least, we have the Dungeon Defenders demo. Vines! Hi, sweetie. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Oh, she's playing Spider-Man too. Sick. Have you guys seen the movie yet? I just saw it yesterday with Nathan. It was really good. Create a hero from one of the 4 classes to save Etheria in this 4-player co-op tower defense action RPG. Includes Steam-exclusive portal gun and TF2 familiars. I do hope this doesn't require multiplayer, but I think it will be fine, hopefully, especially for a demo. But yes, so those are all of our options for today. Cat Chaos, you mean my life? Yeah, exactly. I don't want to traumatize you. Cat Chaos takes place between Animal Shelter 1 and 2, and it's why they needed to build a new one. Hashtag trilogies. That's probably true. You know, I can see that. I can see it's a shared universe. All right. Let me put a poll up for about 5 minutes while we go on a quick break. What to start with? We have animals shelter. Oh fuck, I can't type. Animal shelter 2. We have cat chaos. We have dungeon defenders. And we have wild and chill. All right, you guys, you got that for 5 minutes. I will give you guys that amount of time to vote. And we are gonna go on a quick break. For those of you who need the reminder, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. Dungeon Defenders can be played solo, but it's better in co-op. Fair enough, Mac, fair enough. Dungeon Defenders 2 was once played with some members of the Vtuber army. Oh, really? Wait, did you, like, as in you played with them? Save. What? I wasn't invited? I actually don't think I knew you then, did I? I would be honored if you named a cat Lith. I'm great at causing chaos. 4-way tie, let's do it, chat. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare! I mean that in a loving way. It sounds angry, but I mean it in a loving way, I promise. All right, you guys. I will see you in 3 minutes. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, dongs. This is I'll see you meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Tower, thank you so much for the care package. Hold on, I'll have a sippy before we go. All right, I'll see you guys in 3. Mwah! Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to... Whoa. Wow. 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 Someone throw fish? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Ah! Everyone, back to your positions! Hi, Save! Oh, God! Gigantify the Tau, I see. Hi, sweetest Save. How are you? Oh, my... And then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package.
Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can.
Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, Lolbit? It's okay, I'm over it. But we are not done with it, if that makes sense. Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Cowder's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm closing up for today, and you should head home too. I feel like helping UI with his work has honed my nothing because I'm perfect in every way, and I'm maxed out on everything.
Later.
Take it easy, kid. Doing well? Hope you're also doing good. I'm doing great.
You can move on.
I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage.
All right, my darlings. It looks like you want to play some cat chaos. Let's fucking go. After you finish your words. You don't get dessert until you eat your meal, you know? Everyone, back to your positions. Welcome back, sweetest. Oh God, gigantify the Tau, I see. Hi, sweetest Save, how are you? Oh my, it says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? All right, well done. Or whatever. Okay, I go open the game now. I should have done that a second ago, but I was finishing my coffee. Left joystick. All right, let me go to the right spot here. Cat chaos. There's a cute kitty cat. There's a cute kitty cat. Oops, sorry, I always forget. I always 120% of the time forget. Oop, there you go. All right, games. Meow. There's whimsical music playing and everything. I shall be the breaker of ties. Well done, Yuki, my hero. Oopsie. I almost knocked on Greg's stream. That would have been awkward. Sorry, Greg. Yeah, that would have been very unfortunate. I would have felt very bad about that. Hey, Greg, you want to play Cat Chaos after you're done playing Hearthstone? Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies! Good Aussie. Welcome back, lovely love. Welcome back, darling Yuki. Uppies. Good Yuki. Of course, the first clip after Tau left was Tau scaring me. Oh, I'm so sorry, Engage. It wasn't intentional, I promise. The last clip before coming back. Uppies for you, Engage. Good Engage. Mathemagical. Cat. Uppies for you, Nix. Good Nix. You posted art? Okay, remind me before we go on a break next, because I'm worried about trying to tab out of some of these games. Sometimes they work fine, and other times they just don't. Like, for example, Persona. Persona does not like to be tabbed out of. All right. Select cat. I can have this cat or that cat. I think we should go with black cat. All right. You'll have to let me know if the volume is a little bit too loud, I think. These are potential moods. I think this must be, I wonder if this is like the owner's mood. There you go, Strat. That's the exact right. That's literally my cat. What? Bad luck means more chaos. Yeah. All the games I played recently had a cat in there somewhere. It's weird, almost like they are following me, just like in real life. Aren't Neckles good luck most of the time in Japan. 2 out of 10 does not start with orange cat. That is fair, Solar. Maybe they can convince you to like them more as time goes on. Tao decided to go stealth build. Oh, is that, wait, do the cats, does the color of cat change your efficacy? Come on, you can do it. Oh, meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Ooh, oh. We could sleep, or we could stop lagging. That would also be pretty cool. Okay, I know for a fact that Bear is much better at. Oh, this is kind of fun. Can I pick this up and specifically knock it over? Near a ledge, climb. I doubt it, considering the type of game it is. Yeah, that's probably true. Orange cats are chaos with empty heads. Black cats are just voids. Oh, the paw attack! The paw attack! Oh, yes. Oh, and if I do this, woo! Whee! Okay, this is actually quite fun. Oh, a toy bunny! A collectible. We won't knock that one over. No. Oh my god. Get rid of that shit! I wonder if I can, okay, wait, what's toys? Oh! It rides on you! That's so cute! Okay, fair Japan, but USA Brain says, black cat, bad luck. I'll try to be more open-minded culturally. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. It'd be even more impressive if you could play Doom on that PC. That would be really funny. It's Cat Bandicoot! There are a lot of strays in Japan, so many that the government and cities have given up on catching them all. So we in the Shinto shrine community have taken it upon ourselves to care for them and spay and neuter them. It is good luck to feed a stray cat, as you can never be sure if it isn't a kami or yokai in disguise. Oh, yeah. I could see that. Okay, I have one complaint, and that is that the jumping does some weird shit. Get rid of the mouse! The angles are very, very odd when I jump. Okay, fine. There. Ooh. Upgrade. Oh, amazing! Wait, I want to do spin range upgrade exclusively, actually. Yeah, let's do spin range upgrade exclusively. Oh, fuck, sorry, okay. Because I want to be able to blast the entire room. So, geeks, does this look familiar? Is this starting to look familiar to you? Target is $5,000 and we've only done $1,000 of damage? God, we're such a goody-goody. Goody-goody kitty cat. Meow. Spin to win! Let's fucking go! Okay, come on. Get off of here, you stupid... There, okay, got it. Oh, wait, this is the jackpot, you guys. This is definitely the jackpot. Okay, I'll do this slowly. Once that's full, you become a tornado. Hell yeah. How do I only have... Okay. It says that my owner's gonna be too happy with me. I need them to be miserable. I want them to wish that they didn't have me. I need to have some continuity before we go over to the pet shelter. Oh, a robot! Excuse? I have to give them a reason, you know, to put me in the shelter. Cat Banuka. Familiar? This is live cam to my house right now. No, and you're just hiding away, trying to stay out of her way. Is that right? I wonder if we'll be able to find a coffee grinder. What do you think? What do you think? If we find a coffee grinder, will it be too triggering though? I don't wanna trigger poor geeks in the chat. That'd be so tragic. If it fits, I sits. Yeah, true. You all probably have heard of the Sharknado movies. Well, now there is a Catnado movie. Yeah, let's go. Okay, wait. Am I going the wrong way? I need this to fall out of here. Ah, fuck. Oh, God. Can I go up further? Do I have to go all the way back up here? Oh, wait, can I ruin their bed? They forget about the fact that cats sometimes just like piss on their owner's stuff. So I think that we're really missing out on a key cat instinct here. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Okay. Yay! Well done on the boss, you guys. Well done. Okay, now I can turn them off. That would trigger me so badly. The last piece you can't reach. Yeah, I'm like, oh, fuck. What do I... Wait! You gotta get up there. Be a good kitty. Fuck. Damn it. All right, hold on. Let me just... Hold on, we'll get rid of this computer. Whee! See, now I'm starting to understand how cats work the way they do, because this is a blast. And if you don't keep me busy, this is also what I would probably do. Whee! Can I upgrade this now? Yes! Ooh, a bee toy! Oh, that's so cute. Hold on. How do I, what was the toy? Okay, it was just tea. That's good. I want a bee on my back. Can I take this down? What a cool illustration that is, by the way. Ooh, a goodie. Yeah, we need to have the fur to stick everywhere too. That's true. The only thing missing to make this donut similar to 2026 is the ability to sit still for 20 seconds after destruction and stare at your owner in the eye like, yeah, and what are you gonna do about it? Yeah. Whee! Oh my god, I kind of feel bad, but also I don't, and I think that's how cats feel, huh? Bees! No, the desktop and the laptop? How will I watch TauTassieTiger? No! Nobody tell the kitty there is a mobile hidden somewhere. Oh, we will find it. Don't you worry, Yuki. We will find it. What if I start a fire? Is that a good way to do damage? Okay, hold on. I gotta get up on this. And another laptop! Wow! Raw, darling. Come on, fuck! Raw, darling. Hi there, fabulous Frostbite. How are you? Get to the fridge now! We need a snack! We probably should have a snack, but first, I must get to the tippy top. Oh my god, I want the capybara so bad! Wait, I want the capybara! Oh, yes! Capybara time! Okay, we're just upgrading our... Okay, awards, not if they do not correlate with my exceptional catness. Let's see. I want the capybara. That's adorable. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh, nice. I can see everything from here. Whee! Uh-oh. Geeks, I am sorry in advance. I didn't think that there would actually be a... At least it didn't shatter like it did for you, hey? Can't be that triggering, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, poor Geeks. I want the capybara so bad! Stay off my fur affinity page, please. You heard it here first. Save has a fur affinity page obsessed with capybaras. Is it... Save the capybaras? Oh, save the capybara! That's a good play on words for your username. Oh, how do I get this guy out of here? This reminds me of another game like this called Cat Lateral Damage. That's good, but except this game has it in first person or first cat maybe? Yeah. I need to just break this, I think. You guys thought that it was gonna be safe in here, but you were wrong. Actually, you might have been right because I can't seem to get it out of here, and I don't know if I have the cat tension span. Ooh, I wanna come up with some really bad puns. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have that cat tension span for this. Is that a little avocado? Wait, no, it's a pear. No, it's an avocado. It is an avocado. Look at his belly button. The only thing missing now is to turn the shower on and flood the house. Then you've completed the journey with, wait, has Donut flooded the house with, wait, are you kidding? Has she done that? Has she done that? That's horrifying. She flooded the house? No way. Oh, no. No. Surely she hasn't done that. Ooh, a banana! A banana bird! Oh my god, who combines these things into such cute stuffs? Oh, wait, I gotta, Oh, you know what I could do? Well, I don't know if it'll let me, but I wanna go turn on the aircon and just on really, really low so that they're unaware that they're spending a bazillion dollars as well on their energy bill. That sounds like a very cat-like thing to do, hey? Donut has flooded the house like 4 inches of water? What the fuck? Oh my god. How? How did she do that? That's crazy. I'm so sorry. What? How did she do that? Betsy the bird. Shoes, break them. Wait, is it time to upgrade my spin range? Oh yeah. Oh, another trophy. Oh. Ah! Thank you for feeding me, cutie caution. This game feels like dog propaganda. Well, I'm impartial because I have a dog and a cat. Although I do like my dog a little bit more just because he's my baby. But that's nothing to say. That says nothing about how much Mr. Bear is wonderful and great. Okay. Seems a lot like a spin to win pass for me. It is very spin to win, isn't it? I feel like I should be able to break this with my sheer strength of will. She went into the bathroom, pushed the handle down in the shower with the shower head pointing out of the shower. I was working, did not know this, left my office hours later for lunch, discovered the crime scene, took the rest of the day off work to deal with it. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Oh, that's terrible. She's a brat, dude. Oh my god. Knock this shit over. Rah! Yes! Knock it out of the park! Is the Tom and Jerry finally getting along? Wait, do you mean my Tom and Jerry? My cat and dog? Well, you know, Bear is not a big fan of Coda, but Coda still loves Bear. I don't think he loves him for the right reasons, though. I love her, but there are days she narrowly avoids being yeeted out a window. Okay, she'd come back in. She'd be like one of those haunted, what are the haunted, like toys that just keep on, like the creepy dolls, the creepy like Raggedy Ann ones. Wow, look at my masterpiece, you guys. It just like reappears after you get rid of it. Yeah. Do they actually need me to demolish all of these, every single one of these books as well? Cat. Yes. There's something really funny about it, like the slowly. There we go. That's actually very cat-like, isn't it? For it to just be like, I'll just continue working on this until I appropriately ruin it. Just do this a few more times. Almost there. There it goes. Oh, wait, there's a whole nother room. Oh, wait, can I? Oh, okay. I wonder if I can break it by having it run over stuff. Surely that would be the last, like, $400 of repair, hey? Clawtastrophe it is! Hey there, Joseph. Welcome on in, Jazzy Joseph. It's good to see you. Can you drop the entire shelf? I don't know. That's a great question. I would like to. I don't think so. Is that a little... Who is that? Oh, I need to get in there. I need that in my life right about now. So cute. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I gotta get... Okay. Move! 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 Go! Fuck. Oh, don't fall! Okay. Aha! Make room for myself, hey? Wait. Ah. Okay, just keep going. Yep, one more. Woo, breakable. This is the perfect game for chaos. It is, it's true. I am powerless. She's too adorable. I go see them in my office for 30 minutes, and when I return, I give her pets. She owns the house now. I think she should. You know, she's a very cute little Kit Kat. Uh-oh. Okay. Is that a toilet? Is this Europe? That looks like a European toilet to me. Whee! Whee! Oh! Okay, at least we didn't panic about being in the bathtub. I just saw a short where a cat was staring into the camera, a glass in front of her with the owner filming and saying, no! Whenever the cat was slowly moving an arm to the glass. It didn't work in the end. I believe that. That sounds very, very, very cat-y. Can I open this? No, okay. I do have to jump back up and go the other way, huh? Boing, boing, boing. How's our vacuum doing? Is it doing a good job? Let's go see if we can find something else to break. Oh, we haven't tipped these over yet. Surely this won't cost very much in damage. It's just, it looks like it's just a bunch of paper scraps, but. Whee! It's Clemmy the Chameleon. Wait, is that actually a thing? Let me see. Was there anything that I missed? I only have like 150 bucks. Oh, I need all these. Okay, I see. I need these. I'm getting better at this. Aha! Rack that shit up. Let's go. Yay! We've exceeded our goal. All in a day's work. Yeah? Time to go to sleep. I'm sure my owner will be completely thrilled when he gets home. Sleep. Live feed of poor geeks right now. Tao said perfect, exactly like the Black Cat in Marvel Rivals. Perhaps a new VA opportunity. Hey, you reach out to them and you find out if they are looking for a new perfect Kit Kat, and I will help out. Is your owner Jesus? He is my personal Jesus. He gives me food, he gives me water, he heals me. Thank you for the head pat, Engage. Wait, was that it? Was that the whole demo for this one? Good job destroying the house. Oh, thank you, Engage. I worked really hard on it. I'm so glad you like it. Obviously, that's Keanu Reeves. Cataclysmic work indeed. Cats don't have owners. They have people who they let feed them and house them. That's also true. Yeah, I think we pretty much only a bite of chaos. I guess we can move on to the next demo then. Did you guys want to? Well, we got 23 out of 25 sparkly things. Do you want me to go back and do the rest of them, or do you want to head out now that we've done 23 out of 25? I guess it's my bad for not. I thought there were more levels is all. Here, let me put a poll up. I'll let you guys have 1 minute. Do we retry chaos? No, move on to something else. Or yes, complete the level. Okay, you guys have 1 minute. Wait, hold on. Did Strat put one up already? He did. Thank you, Strat. You guys, please do vote. Do you want to move on, or do you want to try and get our last 2 things from that same level? Kind of a bummer that they don't have like some of the other ones. That would be really funny. John Wick's son got Kitty to replace the puppy, and he ruled the day. We're seeing the origin story of why John Wick got a dog. That's probably true. I did get all of our collectibles, but I missed 2 of our sparkles. Okay, looks like you guys definitely want to move on. Okay, Strat, can you please put another poll up for what you guys want to move on to? Actually, since this took 10 minutes, so maybe we should, Strat, can you put up a poll including the duck game that we started when our stream was disconnecting like a bastard, which was Project Pit. We started this one, and we could spend more time on it if you wanted to. So it should be Animal Shelter 2, Dungeon Defenders, Wild and Chill, or Project Pit. If that's okay, Strat.
Pretty please.
While waiting, Tao, could you check art? Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me
Let me look at the art.
Bublin! Oh my god, I love it! You did such a good job. Okay, Bublin, are you still here? I have to tell you something. Number one, that plushie is so incredibly cute. You did a great job, but I didn't want to say it on the Discord because I was like, I don't feel like it's gonna be perceived properly, but I had such a laugh when I read I has a skin. And it's just like this deflated the flesh, the pelt of of this Fliss plushie. Because it's amazing. You did a great job, but it was just I saw this as an alert this morning, first thing in the morning. I has a skin and this picture, and I'm like, anyway, this looks amazing, honey. You did a great job, darling. Well done. Very well done. I love the little store nose as well. That's super cute. Great job, sweetie pie. Also, Kat, great job on the colored pencils. You guys, please do vote, by the way. It looks like Animal Shelter 2 and Wild and Chill are tied. Please untie them. Please untie them. Oh, cute! The tail is a car wrench. I love that. That's so creative. That's so cute. I gotta type wrench. That's adorable, Nix. Well done. I'm sure Ozzy loves it. That's so cute. Great job. Oh, you guys, please don't tie this up. Animal Shelter 2 or Wild and Chill, 5 to 5. Please untie. Please untie. Please. Okay, it's untied. Don't you dare tie it again. Wild and Chill is 6. Animal Shelter is 5. It's way too close for me to feel comfortable. But there's 19 seconds with any luck. Okay, oh, okay, it's still not tied. That's good. We got 7 for Animal Shelter, 6 for Wild and Chill. Okay, 8 for Animal Shelter. 6 for Wild and Chill. Okay. Animal sheltering, we shall do. I think that's the fastest demo we've ever had. Okay. You guys like my little brush buddy? He's so cute. Did you have your nummies before Steam? I did, but now I'm chewing on gum. Yummy gum. The chaotic part of me wanted the tie. Joseph, don't do it! I was waiting to see if it stayed tied, but that worked out. Thank God. You almost burnt your girlfriend's house down by cooking fajitas? Maybe be careful with that. Brush buddy, where? Look! My cursor is a brush buddy. That's his loading scene there. Isn't he cute? What gum? This is, extra sugar-free gum. I've been enjoying doing art while drawing friends. Also, may have been waiting in the wings to tie it. Eisen! Chaotic Eisen. I like a little unpredictability. Well done. What is a brush buddy? A brush buddy is a very cute little, oh, these are cute animals. A brush buddy is like it's kind of the mascot of Witch Hat Atelier, which is a great anime. Okay, hold on. What is happening here? One sec. Okay, they already know my name. Oh, I like the braid. Okay, braid is fine. We need a tank top. It's not even actually sweet. Fake sugar! Hashtag fake it till you make it. I don't like eating sugary gum because then it just penetrates into your teeth and then you get bad teeth, and I can't handle bad teeth. I gotta have my mom insisted on teaching me very, very good oral hygiene habits. that the JG Wentworth 877 cash now? Is that the one? Or am I mixing up multiple things? Thank you for the head pat, Dorth. Thank you, thank you. Crazy cat lady Tao? Yeah. Okay, that's kind of scary. It lightens the pupil as well, which is a bit scary. I don't even know. I guess we'll just go with this, okay? I have a structured settlement, but I need cash now. 877 cash now. Hi there, Jet. Welcome on in. How are you? Coming in here quickly, playing with friends. All good, Jet. Thank you for coming in. I hope you have fun with your friends. Wait, what? Hold on. Am I doing something wrong here? What the fuck? Main menu? New game? Uh-oh, we have another fucking game that is laggy as fuck. Uh-oh. No, we don't want it to be called the Pound. Couch Pal Sanctuary. The lag monster is back. Where should I post a game question? What kind of game are you asking about, Space Cat? Hello? 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 I did see that this game has mixed reviews, and I wonder if it's because of performance. Hold on. What does it say? Oh, Roblox. I was wondering if any pals would like to play. Oh, that's a good idea, hun. Hold on. Let me, ooh, I see. Nice work. Very cute. Are you getting into the Danny Phantom style? God, I love Danny Phantom. Such an awesome show. Okay, what's it doing? Game and schedule. Do we have a Roblox channel? I don't think we do. We have a lot of stuff, but we do not have a Roblox channel. Okay. Roblox. If you're looking... Oh my god, I can't type. Looking for pals to... Fuck! Pals to play with. On Roblox. This is... Oh god, this is the place. There you go. What tags do we have here? I guess we'll put multiplayer, and we'll put adventure, and we'll put other? Actually, I don't know if you can have all those. There you go! Now you got Roblox channel! Woohoo! Lav definitely doesn't play Roblox. No? Iridius! Hi, sweetie! Thank you for the lurk, darling. I appreciate it. You can try turning the graphics down if that helps. Yeah, I think I probably will need to do that. I'm just wondering... Oh, lots of disruptive bugs and stuff. Having issues. I mean, one of those things could totally be performance, but I guess we'll see. Wow. Can you guys still hear me okay?
7 months?
Yikes!
But I only met Tal like 3 weeks ago. That can't possibly be correct. What even is time?
3 weeks ago! Gorgeous geeks! Thank you so much for 7 whole months! Start thinking of what we name the sub baby, okay? Okay. Thank you so much for sticking around for so long, Gorgeous Geeks. It's been such a joy to get to know you and spend time with you, and for you to become my dearest, sweetest DM. Thank you so very much. And I really do appreciate your amazing generosity and support. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. Uh-oh. The game may seem unresponsive during the loading process. Please do not minimize or close it. Uh-oh. Add the new sub baby to your next D&D session? Yeah. Okay, I wonder what's happening. Uh-oh. 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 It's gonna be something cursed for sure. I can't wait. Are you gonna call it Cthulhu? Ah! Okay, well, if the game doesn't load, we can't do the demo, unfortunately. And I can't turn the... Oh, wait. It moved. Fish? No. Not even geeks would be that cruel. Would you, geeks? Okay. Animal Shelter Simulator 2. The animals are in need of a new home. You've bought an abandoned warehouse with one goal in mind. Turn it into an animal shelter that will rehome as many animals in need as possible. Renovate the facility and help lonely, abandoned, and sick animals find health, happiness, and a loving home. Gain reputation with each successful adoption and unlock more possibilities to grow the shelter. We hope your experience with the game is as smooth as possible, though some unpredictable issues may occur. If you ever encounter any problem with the game, check out the Need Help menu available after pressing the escape button. It may have just what you need to continue the game without issues. Whoa, okay, all right. Okay. We should probably clean up first. Wow, that was... I wish cleaning up rusted shit like that was this easy. That's sick. Ooh, what's that? Flowers. Whatever NPC you hate the most in 2 months, that's gonna be the name. Oh no. Don't do that to me. Monty! So she's gonna hate her child. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna hate my fucking kid. Time to clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up. Clean up everywhere. Everybody do your share. Oh, wow, we just got, oh, wait, I thought those were butterflies. They are, in fact, nasty ass flies. Whoa, shit's in the way. Can I clean up the car too? What was this, like an auto repair shop? Holy shit. Oh my God. You're a wizard or something. You just whooshed them all. Whoa! I looked away for a second and now I'm in an actual, what? Did it? Oh, whoa. Is this place gonna, whoa! Holy shit. I'm a DM, I can't help it. I thrive on narrative emotional suffering. I love emotional suffering for my characters. Make my characters suffer. But if you ever do it, I promise they will turn into actual violent psychopaths. This looks dangerous. That's not attached, and I'm sure it's supposed to be. Oh, a balloon. This also looks dangerous, but we're leaving that up? Okay. You're a wizard, Tao! I'm a wizard! Whoa! Holy shit. Oh, that's a cute drawing. Wait, this is very scary. Can I not? The social room is like nightmare fuel. Like, what is behind those doors? God, what in the fuck was this place, man? This is insane. Wait, what did he say? Cement, construction cement. What? This is a warehouse, that's for sure. Damn. Tao is a wizard. I'm a wizard. This is so cute. Oh, more shit, more shit. Hold on. Dog cages. Darth, thank you for the care package, honey. Thank you. Is that not normal? The social room looks adequately scary. Being social sure scares me. But what if you're in a safe place? What if it's nice and, what if there's places to hide? And like, you know, you can have your, you can have all your D&D stuff in a corner, and then only the people who want to play D&D come over, and like, see, that sounds like being fun socially, right? Social fun, woohoo! Whoa. I must have a bazillion dollars to do this and then have a massive overhaul of the whole entire space. Wow. We just went through the whole fucking... Whoa! I think this is a Mafia warehouse. I think that's probably true. Just in case you haven't seen it, Tatan, there's also a free Animal Shelter 2 prologue game. Also prologue for the first Animal Shelter, also free. Oh, is this not the demo? Or is that like more of a linear one or what? How's that work? Magic. Magic. This is a big fucking, this is a really nice sanctuary too, holy. Okay, open the tablet. Oh, sorry. Did you guys put me on a tablet? I did not. I don't remember where that was. Doggy, kitty. Where's the reception? Sorry. I need to follow my own signs. That, probably this way. That's not a tablet. That's a computer. Where's the tablet? Oh, sorry. It's in my pocket. Your operations
Yugi, I don't
hub for the
understand
shelter.
how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. It's true, I see. I thought Tao was a corn witch, not a house witch. I'm a hedge witch. Be excellent to each other. Are you going to bed, geeks? It's 3:30. Oh my gosh, absolutely, honey. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. May you not have any nightmares of Donut knocking down everything. We'll see you soon. Okay, gorgeous geeks, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for the lurk, I really appreciate it. Does not seem the same as the demo. Oh, interesting, okay. Thank you so much, lovely Lucy, for contributing to the storytelling stream. How are you?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, lovely Lucy. Not a sandwich. I'm not a sandwich, but I'm sure that I could make you a sandwich if you wanted. What kind of a sandwich would you like? Use it to manage your workers, access the shop, look up animal information, see the map, and so much more. Truly a marvel of technology. Okay. Shelter cleanliness is at 100%. Let's fucking go. Animals. Oh, God, that's the saddest fucking picture. Don't do this to me. Isaac, thank you for the googly woogly eyes. And Storm Talent, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Doggy cages? Kitty cages? It's too hot in there. Why is it too hot? Turn down the heat in here, man. How much money do I have? Oh, not that much. I want to have a doggy place too. But is there a way to like turn down the heat in here? It looks like it's really hot. Doggy cages? Also in reception, but I don't care about people. Okay. This is the animal's living area. It is where where either the shelter's cats or dogs sleep, eat, and rest. Each animal needs their own separate cage in order to be most comfortable. The cages are not the place to play with the animals. The dog or cat enclosure is the designated area for all kinds of fun. The cages are supposed to be the animal's home, so they need to feel as relaxed in them as possible. Okay, open the map. Map. Oh! Whoa! Frugo! Domestic cat. This animal was found walking up and down the highway, clearly very stressed out by the loud noises of the cars. It has a collar with no tag and no chip. Let's go get a car for him. There's also another one. Wait, no, that's the same one. Never mind. Look, the car's going. That's cute. Hi, Dr. Raggins. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Be back in a bit. All good, strap. I know they're so sad, aren't they? They're so sad. I want to see what happens to Frugo. Have you seen what Sedu put in the fan art section? I don't think I have. If you guys remind me before our next break, I will have a look. I haven't seen Sedu today. Besides in Pocky's chat, but I haven't seen Sedu here. Said it was arting. Oh, let's go. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Okay. Okay. Do we need to take the animal from the van? Okay. Where's the van? I don't know where I am. Animal. Van. Doing good. Was yapping with a friend about D&D stuff. She was yapping about her campaign and yapping for like 5 hours. Also, I got something I want to show you in the art chat. Oh God, this cat scared me. I want to show you in the art chat. that my friend drew. No, it's not Mellow, as amazing as she is. It was not her doing. Can I ping you in there? It's pretty backed up, but I just want to make it easier. Sure, Lucy, but if you don't mind pinging me and then just reminding me before we go to break, I can have a look. But hello, welcome on in. I'm so glad you had some fun with your friend. Correcting behaviors. Your pet may not like to do some activities or behaviors, but everything can be taught. Simply encourage your pet with a treat before they do the desired activity to make them associate it with something positive, and they might learn to like it. The animals in the shelter can be in rough shape to begin with. Take care of their health and needs in order to improve their well-being, increasing their chances for adoption. Feed them to reduce their hunger. Give them water when they are thirsty. Let them rest when they are tired. Heal them when they are sick or injured. Maintain their vigor by seeing their reactions to different stimuli. Play with them to keep them happy. Remember, not every animal is different. Remember that every animal is different, and the way they recover their needs may differ. Aw, what a cute kitty. Cute. Okay, cat. Cat isolation? Do we want, oh, you're hungry. You're hungry, wait, I might have food for you, maybe, if we're lucky. Here, go in there. Throw the kitty in here, gently. Gently throw the kitty. Okay. Aside from keeping the animals happy by caring for their basic needs, fulfilling their whims is another way to quickly increase their happiness. Some of those whims may include wanting to be picked up, to play, or to get a treat. Fulfilling the whim will grant you a reward such as increasing the pet's adoption readiness score, improving one of their needs, or gaining reputation points. Oh, it looks sad. How do I? Oh my god, I'm getting animals without ordering anything. That's insane. Okay, we gotta buy stuff. Shop. Okay, basic cat food. We'll buy that. We'll get a large food bowl, large water bowl. I feel like we should get a couple of them. Get 2 of each for now. Oh, you probably need a litter box. Yep. Oh, and some litter, and probably a mop. Okay, now we're set. We don't want something with more high places? I know, right? Kind of what I was thinking too. This is the most incredibly prompt. Oh my god, we're getting, okay, that's quick, thank you. Delivery in 24 hours or less. Okay, you are able to hold 9 items in your immediate inventory. Pressing the numbers will immediately place the chosen item in your hand. If you need to carry more than 9, you can open your backpack by pressing I. Oh, there's more coming? Another delivery? Oh, I want all of this. I know I can't have it all. I'm not allowed to have it all. We have food? No, that's why I had to go and get the food. Okay. I gotta, let's put a basic litter box. Put it there. No, in the corner. Kitties like the corners. They have to feel safe when they're pooping. Poop safely. Poop safely, kitty. Yay! Okay, litter box. And now put the cat litter in the litter box. Okay. Now, I think I've got a bowl. A bowl of food. Here, you can eat up high. And we'll get you some cat food. Put it in there. Wait. Not what I meant to do. Sorry, hold on. Some food for kitties. The music's cute. It's funky. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Much appreciated. I tried to buy a couch at Costco the other week. They took one look at me and knew I didn't have enough mission progress for it. I had to put it back. You hadn't unlocked it yet, Save. That's the problem. You gotta unlock this stuff. Oh, I didn't buy any, water bottle probably. They don't want me to fill things up with regular, you know, this seems a little bit wasteful. I could just get a water purifier, but what do I know? May I have that, please? Yes, Dr. Raggins, we have the sweetest Save File 17 here. Your beloved streamers here. I don't need that. Wait, I need water. Okay. I'm gonna go hydrate this fucking kitty. Water! Excuse me? There, water. Okay, kitty. Fill the food bowl? But I did! What the fuck? Does that not look full to you? Might be a bug. Might be one of the bugs. Okay. Kitty. Are you pooping? What are you doing, Frugo? How do I pet you? How do I pet you? Oh. Aw. Cute. Cute! I filled the food bowl. What the fuck? Game? Is this not a full food bowl? Did I do it before the game was ready? Wow! Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what just happened? Okay, okay, they want me to go to bed, but, you get this mop. You get this mop, I'll pet you. I will name that kitty Garfield. I think we should name it Garfield. But its name is Frugo. Not really a bug. Your mission progress told you to buy water. When you did it updated to these objectives, you fed too early. But annoying. Oh, boo! Okay, fair. I mean, I guess it's fair, but like, you would think that, you know, you might take into consideration. Aw, pet a kitty. Cute! I thought it was Fuego for a second. Fitting for an orange cat. That's true! That would be a good name for an orange cat. Do I sleep here? Do I sleep in my car? How much money did I have to renovate this place and also have a separate home? Nani? Main building. Cute. It's time for a break? Oh, okay. As you take care of the pet to prepare them for adoption, the preparation progress bar fills. Once the bar reaches the ready for adoption point, the pet can be put up for adoption. The bar is split into segments, each one locked behind a breakpoint. You can unlock the bar's further progress segments by completing breakpoint tasks. Completing one task unlocks one breakpoint, allowing you to further fill in the preparation bar. Remember that if your pet is ill or has any behavioral problems, they will not be adoption ready regardless of the bar's status until those problems are resolved. Naturally. Oh, this is a cute. I want this exact office box, post box. They make human-sized pet beds. That is a solvable issue. Do you guys know how, like, several months back, you guys very kindly funded a really, really lovely dog bed for Coda? I fell asleep in it the other day. It's really comfy. It's really comfy. You guys did a great job picking that one out. Thank you. Okay. Let me see. I wonder if we buy a laser? Oh, right. Probably for the cat. So it's also a thylacine bed. So cute. It is. It is. It's true. Give Coda some space towel. He wasn't in the bed. Don't worry. I wouldn't have fit in there if he were in the bed. I was actually playing around and like talking to Nath, and then I just fell asleep, and it was really comfy. And I was like, oh, okay. Oh, I'm also, oh God. Okay, wait, I gotta put shit in the backpack, huh? Let's put that there, and 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 put that there. Okay. Hey! Can I, oh, okay, nice collapsing of the box. Take them all. Coda-kun sleeps in the main bed now next to Nath-kun. No, neither one noticed a change. Yeah, Coda's quite a brat with, oh my God, did you, okay, you didn't actually eat, okay, you want love. You want love? Here, I love. Oh, you want to go frolic in the meadows? Kitty wants to frolic in the meadows. We can make that happen. But I have to fill up your water first. You are a very thirsty Kit Kat. Oh my God, why do I keep doing this? Give me this. Can I not fill this up? Nani? Hi there, magnificent Muslim. How are you? Precious Politely, how are you? Tao can have love. Precious Politely can have love. How are you doing? Lovely. Okay, it says I filled the water bowl. Oh, okay, I can barely see the water. I guess that's the point of water, isn't it? Okay, food bowl. Not cat. Do not fill a cat's food bowl with litter. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, buy a laser. We need a laser. A toy laser. Oh, it's cute. It's got a little puppet. Always that much lovely with you in my day. Back at you, precious politely. How are you doing? Are you getting ready for your stream? I'm fine at work and ready for home, but I just work today and tomorrow and then I get a day off. Oh, that's good, that's good. Okay, fair enough. I'm so glad that you get a day off, hon. You definitely deserve it. Hope things have been looking up for you, magnificent awesome. You guys, if you haven't checked out the Precious Politely, she is so very soothing, so very lovely. She also plays a lot of really cool games that I probably will never play because they're too scary or stressful for me. But, oh my god, that's such a scary sound. I hate that. But you should definitely check her out. She has such an incredibly beautiful and soothing voice and way about her, and she's so very warm and lovely, so please go check out Precious Politely. Wicked vampires sighted. My day improves even more. I know. Oh, right, we aren't playing. Sorry, we can't play in here. Sorry, follow me. Come out, come out, come out here. Okay, good job. Play here. I'm supposed to play with you somewhere else. Ah, fuck. Wait, cat, no, come back. Wait, sorry. Okay, pet first. Oh, I'm sorry you're upset with me. Oh,
Hello,
fuck, I'm sorry.
motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Zella. How are you? Okay, pick cat up. Take cat outside. Camera? A camera? Wait, is this the cat? This is cat place, right? Is this cat place? I think so. Hold on. Where am I? Okay, okay, cat isolation, cat cages. I don't know what this area is. I'm still waiting to hear from that job I applied to, but one of my friends that works in a position that hires people, they usually have to wait 2 weeks before they can really start the whole process, but it's been about that long, so hopefully I actually hear back soon. I hope so, I hope so. It doesn't feel very fair for them to keep you waiting for this long. Am I in the right place? Is this the... Wait, okay, so that's the main building, so wait, if I close this... Okay, that is... Okay, that's the... Well, wait, cat cages? I don't know if I'm in the right spot. Kitty looks unhappy. Here, play. Oopsie, I didn't mean to drop it. Wait, sorry, you can't have it. Okay. Let me see. Hi, Emma. Welcome on in. How are you? It is good to see you, hon. We do need to take the break. Yeah, we'll take it in a few minutes. I've been debating on calling and being like, hey, so I applied to this place a couple of weeks ago. I was wondering if I was possibly going to hear back soon. Please and thank you. Yeah, I'm letting this, since it took us 10 minutes to get started on this one, I'm giving this another 10 minutes before we go on a break so that we can re-correlate with the schedule of every hour having a poll. When you've lost your pet, you can whistle to call it back to you. Remember though, animals have trouble with hearing. That have trouble with hearing, have been adopted or are on a leash or are scared of people or are depressed or new in the shelter will not react to your whistling. Got it. Kitty. Why is it, hold on, what happened to the game sound? Ah! One second, I gotta test something. Oh, scary. That's working. I don't know what happened to the game sound. I had to unplug my interface again, and then after I did that, it muted the game sound, but there's no telling why, and it's also muted for stream. Weird. That's okay. We're gonna have to take a break pretty soon anyway. Open the camera. Camera. Okay, Kitty. Gotcha. Did that just save to my computer? Animals in shelter put up for adoption. Animals in shelter. Wait. Very hungry. They need to be fed. Ah! Okay. We will need to decide if you guys want to continue on with this game or not. But hi there, Frozen. Welcome on in, hun. How are you? It's good to see you. What were you up to today, darling? Tau theme question of the day. Does Bear like to play? He used to when he was younger. Now he's a bit of a grump. He doesn't really want to play very much anymore, but we still try from time to time. Toto was really playful last night. It was very cute, and he's a bit reckless. Tau is forever beautiful, lovely, loud, and is forever sweet. How are you doing, darling? Thank you so much for the raid, Sweetie Pie. Raid, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're doing demo day today. If you'd like to join us. Sorry, the game is not intentionally muted. This is the first time that I've had a game decide that because I unplugged my interface and then replugged it back in, it's just not going to function. Interesting. And I already guessed Koda loves to play. He does. He's baby. I'm okay. Been missing you. Aw, sweetheart. I'm so happy to have you back. Thank you for returning to me. All right, you guys. Well, you get to vote on whether you want to continue on with our animal shelter, or if you would like to move on to something else. Let me put a poll up for that. We should continue animal shelter. We should play, what was it called? Oh fuck, I forgot all the names of everything. Okay, we got Dungeon Defenders, we've got Project Pit, and we've got Wild and Chill. Lovely Star, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be and what you might be streaming? I was having a blast drawing dragons on my wall. My wrist hurts so bad. We got 2 dragons so far. That's awesome, Star. I'm so excited to see the progress. All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is Also Your Meds Reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. The poll is live. Let me know what you would like to play next, and I'll see you in 3. Mwah! We are not done with it, if that makes sense.
Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Cowder's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm closing up for today, and you should head home too.
I feel like helping UI with his work has honed my nothing because I'm perfect in every way, and I'm maxed out on everything.
Take it easy, kid.
Doing well. Hope you're also doing good. I'm doing great. Engaged? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emoji.
Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can.
Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, little bit? It's okay, I'm over it. Read it! If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh. Oh!
Remember, Tau, you call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on.
It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fucking where are you going? Or whatever. Shut up!
Should be getting home. Cowder's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm closing up for today, and you should head home too.
I feel like helping UI with his work has honed my nothing because I'm perfect in every way and I'm maxed out on everything.
Take it easy, kid.
Hi,
Doing well?
sweetheart.
Hope you're also
Welcome
doing good.
back.
I'm doing great.
I have missed you terribly. It's been all of 3 minutes. Please do vote. I think it's pretty clear we're going to be playing Wild and Chill, but it is up to you. If you would like to play something else, just go ahead and let me know. And I will hop back over and we'll start playing our game
Oh, it's not actually playing. It's fine. Oh no, it's
as
spreading.
soon as you are done with your work.
No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god.
Next year will probably be 8 p.m. EST on Wednesday. More drawing dragons, but this time in a sketchbook. First to plot how it's gonna look. That's awesome! No, don't apologize, son. You're all good. I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, check our chat. Right. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, hold on. Let me go look at our chat.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59?
Ooh, Setta's doing some
forgot.
sweet
Are we counting
work.
the time where we died because it was programmed into the game?
Ah, this one.
Thank you for the care package.
Oh, that's so cute! Oh my god, that's so cute. That's such an adorable chibi. That's really cute, Lucy. Thank you for showing me. That is super cute. Okay. Let me change this. And chill. There we go. All right. Go here.
Crying. Love it. Fuck. That was really funny.
Oh, hello. Okay, let me get the Okay. I'm exhausted. Is that because I didn't do anything? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, sir. Wait. Fuck. Okay, I can't even walk. I'm that exhausted. Really? Blew it. Blew it has been discovered. What are these things? Oh, a bow bed. A bow bed. My dog is cute. Is that a golden retriever? Just had the most stressful crafting session to date in FF14. Almost botched the craft on the chess piece I was making for a friend, which would probably result in me having to make most, if not all, of the ingredients again. Oh no! I'm glad it worked out though, hun. That is a relief. Okay, I'm not doing so hot. I am so exhausted. Find something to eat. Okay. What did I find to eat? Was it the stick? Hard to process, but bees for you, Ozzy. Ozzy. Also, hey, well done, you guys. Let me see if I can get this to be full screen. There we go. This is cute. This the graphical style reminds me a bit of I think it was called Kingdom. I really love that game as well, not a youngster, but like I still enjoy that game. It's a good mobile game as well. Yeah, I really love that one, and it kind of reminds me of it, like this graphical style. The gameplay is definitely not, but I like the look of it. It reminds me of some retro games, but it's enhanced. That's true. Also, abby's for you, Lucy. God, Lucy. Did you happen to check the? Oh no, I didn't check fan art. I only checked art because Lucy reminded me to check art. Sorry. If you remind me before next break, I will check the fan art. That's pretty. Ooh. A bunny! Ah, wait! That's edible. Bunnies are edible. Most likely forget like I did earlier. I know, me too. Me too. All right, what do we do here? Let's see. So we got attacked by this grizzly bear up front, but I guess it didn't matter too much because it was still the tutorial. So lucky us. Let's see. Especially those rare but yummy chocolate bunnies. It's twoo. It's twoo. Fine drinking water. Is that not drinking water? Can we not drink this water? Hold on, I think we can. Let me have a sippy of this water. Yummy! Aha! Craft a blade. Where is our... Okay. We can craft a blade. Craft? Got a bunch of stuff on you. Yeah, I've been collecting things. Build a campfire. Okay. Can I craft one not literally right here? Or can I carry the campfire around? I can! I'm carrying my campfire around! And now a shelter. I mean, I don't know if the bed counts as a shelter, but it's a sleepy spot. I misclicked on the pole. Oh, that's okay, hun. No worries, no worries. Stinging nettle. A deer! A deer! Just right? Awesome. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, it's a pretty quiet game. The loudest part of it was the bear at the start, and I don't think I had put it on the... Oh, we can sleep on this. Here we go. Oh, that was a very short rest. Good going. Do you have something to store the water in? No, not yet. I'm sure we'll find a way. Craft a blade. Oh no, we've already discovered that Tao is not the best blacksmith. Hey, come on now. It's not that I'm not the best blacksmith. That game was confusing. It's too highbrow for me. All right, we have to make some more stuff. I do like that it kind of just automatically tells you, yep, you can make this now. Oh, we can make that? What's this? Nettle cord? I need more materials. Oh, I need a nettle cord for it. Let's make one. You tried to carry a campfire around in the Casualties Unknown demo, and it did what you'd expect. Burn you. Oh, I did try and do that, didn't I? I remember this now. You're right, Yuki. Going on breakfast. Have at it, Strat. Enjoy. Enjoy. A stone hatchet. Do we get to chop shit down now? Oh, do I have to? Oh, okay. We are not, oh, I'm out of stamina. Well, bummer. Am I still out? What do you mean I'm out of stamina? Fell the fucking, okay, fine. I'll leave that and hope that it doesn't hit me in my sleep. Or my dog, worst of all, my dog. Can I fell this now? Okay. Fell. Ah! Let me fell it! Fell. What? How can I be out of stamina? Oh, I'm cold now. I'm probably gonna get sick and die. I'm so bad at survival games, dude. I'm so bad at survival games. Add wood to the fire? Oh, did I just fall down and die? I think I did. Add wood to the fire. Oh, I see. Okay, I guess I'll ignite it. Oops. Ooh! No forest fires here. I wonder if we can, is there food to cook? I didn't kill anything, so probably not, huh? Okay, can I do this now? I should have some stamina now, right? Hopefully. How fucking long until I get to... What do you mean I was able to fell it before. It's not like it healed overnight, right? Or in the last 15 minutes. Ah, okay. Okay. Fell the tree. What do you mean I'm out of stamina? Up there's my stamina. Am I stupid? Sleepy. Hi, Suda Sleepy. Welcome on in. How are you? Don't mind me. I'm just getting triggered by this fucking game. Oh, I did it. Ooh, we did it. Okay. Now I have to decide how to... We can finally make a shelter. I hope that the bear doesn't get me. Oops, sorry, I mean to sleep. We can roast things now. Let's go. You just have to follow instructions, you'll be fine. I disagree. I don't think that's how that works. Okay. All right, let's, I need more sticks. But I had the sticks and the sticks, I picked them up for other purposes. No, stop it. I don't think it was the brightest thing for me to try and cut down a tree that fell like directly on my sleeping stuff, but hey, I didn't get crushed, so it's probably fine. Nice. Nice. Okay. Now. The A-frame. Let's go. How you doing, Say to Sleepy? It's so good to see you. Your YouTube channel just crashed my Opera GX. Oh no, it said it ran out of memory. All I have left now are the memories. Have to try another browser as it weirdly keeps happening. That's so strange. I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm so sorry. More wood. I don't think we need to ignite it yet, right? Can we cut it? Cut. Oh, blade required. Hold on. I think I can make another one of those. Yeah. Okay, now cut. I got you on Firefox now, where it can run in peace. Opera GX does have, like, Opera is one of my favorite browsers, right? But, like, it does have some issues where it kind of crashes where no other browser does, and I'm like, what? Why? I'm impressed how long I've gone without, being murdered by myself. My desire to intake food far overpowers my desire for anything else. Can I shoot this little guy? I need meat. Where's my protein? Salmon berries are not protein. Fuck. Is that just a regular rock? What is that? What is that? It's a pebble. Oh, a pebble. Oh, it's begging to be thrown at something. That's interesting. Are we gonna try and, like, bash a... We're gonna bash a bunny? That's horrifying. I don't want to do that. Oh, we got, chanterelles are... You can eat those, right? Those are edible mushrooms, I think. I must confess, I never did eat mushrooms because it was just too high a risk. Okay, a ruffled grouse. No, don't leave! I need to throw a rock at you! Fuck! Look at it. It's so cute. Okay. What am I gonna do here? I need to... Okay. What does it say? It fits nicely in the palm. Practically begging to be chucked at something. Oh, okay. I gotta wait until I see something, though, that, Is this bird edible? It's very tiny. I don't think it is. Oh, an owl! Don't eat owls! We don't want to eat our pockies. Don't eat our pockies. Using Opera as my main as well, as I like the features. Oh! What is this? A little hut. This is cute. I hope I don't get murdered. I like the features, but it sometimes struggles with too many tabs open, even if you use the limiter. Opera also has a weird interaction with Twitch integrations I've found. Sometimes I have to turn them off or the stream will just, will be just blank. Oh, that's weird. That is odd. Oh, hello. Hi there. Friends call me Buck. Howdy. You lost your friend, or did you come all the way out here just to find a patch of quiet where nobody'll bother you? Just following my dog. Somehow wound up here. I see your dog's taken to the woods like a duck to water. They call a dog man's best friend. Heck, I've trusted dogs more than most folks I've met. Guess what? Got an old tennis ball here with your pup's name on it. Cute! If it disappears into the bush, no worries. Got a whole pile of them kicking around. Old Bessie would chase one of these things from sun up to sundown. Bless that sweet old girl. Aw, Bessie sounds like she was one heck of a dog. Oh, she sure was. Chased balls, roamed the woods, ate like a queen.
Reckon Bessie had life pretty well figured out. Anyhow, you landed in the right spot for a hot cup of joe and a bit of chinwag. And maybe a few odds and ends you can't quite cobble together with all that bushcraft I see you've been tinkering with. So, is there anything I can help you with?
Water around here safe enough to drink, you reckon?
Long as she's flowing, that mountain water's about as fresh as it gets. Cold enough to make your teeth ache, too. Getting fresh water ain't the trouble. Hauling it around with you is. Aha!
There you go, Strat. This is how we get our water carryables. Tau has her own browser. Download TauNet today, and don't forget to use the code Tassie. For legal reasons, I know nothing about the Tau browser, but it would be sick if I had one. If I had my own browser? What if there was just a tab that occasionally popped up, and every time you clicked on something, I went, do I get 10% off? Nice water supply acquired. Well, not yet. Not yet.
Tell what, I got a spare canteen kicking around. Bring me a couple pieces of flint and we'll call it a trade.
I got that flint you were after.
Nice. That the lot, or you need something else?
Got something better got something better than my bushcraft hatchet?
That rock tied to a stick you call a hatchet sure has been earning its keep. This busted old knee's kept me from gathering much firewood, and these nights ain't getting any warmer. Tell you what, take this axe. She's a proper one, too. Bring me a good stack of firewood sometime and we'll call it square. What do you say?
Sounds fair to me.
You're a good egg, you know that?
Reckon this'll do me any good against a bear?
I'd like to see you try. Trouble is, I'd end up with no axe, no firewood, and a bear wandering around with better tools than me. Something else on your mind?
Remind me, what did you need me, swinging this axe at again?
Firewood. 10 decent chunks ought to settle the tab. And try not to lose the axe halfway through, eh? Anything else I can help you with?
That's it for now.
Don't you be a stranger now.
This is the most friendly dude in the middle of nowhere that I've ever met. Santa Summer in the off-season. True. Oh, can't go that way in the demo. Okay. Noted. All right, we're gonna have to get him some firewood. We can handle that. If a website is suspicious, it goes, scary website. Yep, it definitely does. It definitely does. Fuck! Birds! What's that? Oh, wood. Oh, I need to fell it. Please? Allow me to fell. Doggy, don't bark. Uh-oh, that means there's probably a bear or something. I hope the bear has not wandered this far. Watch out, doggy! Okay, doggy doesn't care. Okay. Ooh, we can get a short. Okay, good. Yeah, that sounds good. I need to drink. An alder arrow. Okay, sippy. Yummy. Time for a big twee. Attacked by twees. And we walk. Okay, this is gonna take a long time, I do reckon. Where's the fell button? Do I have to do this until I find the fell button again? Oh my god, please. Fell this fucking thing, please. There it is, the button for felling. Fell it! Fuck. It says I'm out of stamina, but I don't believe it. Also, the idea of me just hauling around 10 giant things of firewood for him is crazy. Aha! Whee! Okay, how many firewoods do I have? I need to bring them back to him, but I also need to not die in time. Better be careful as you trek. Unlike IRL, this one seems to get tired out pretty fast. Listen, I think that if I were trying to, like, do firewood and construct my own, like, tent and shit, I would probably also get pretty exhausted pretty quickly. whenever I went out into the wilderness, I wasn't like making my own shelters and stuff because I was on the move. I don't know why this guy wouldn't leave with, I have no idea why he wouldn't leave, even if he was just following his dog into the woods. I don't know why he wouldn't leave with, like, a tent or a sleeping bag or, like, anything. Hi there, Blue Phoenix. Welcome on in. How are you? Is there a weight limit to what you can carry? It doesn't seem like it. I don't think so. I haven't eaten for, like, 2 days, though, so I'm shocked that I am not dead yet. I mean, you can live without food for a while, but I'm still kind of shocked. Good. I'm happy to hear it, beautiful Blue. Welcome on in. How have things been? What you been up to? Firewoods? Fireweed? Doggy has such a derpy expression. I'm loving it. I know, he's so cute. I love the bubbin. A good bubbin. Okay. Let me see here. How much? Oh, wait. I want to, okay, craft. Fuck. Okay, wait. I need this. I think I need 2 of these, don't I? Yeah, I need another one. I don't suppose that I can get that guy over there. I don't think I can. Okay, I want that. A short bow, and then we also need to craft. Man, we need so many of these things. Good thing we have 17 available. Can I like pick this up? Hello? Pick it up. No space left? Fuck me. Oh, come on. Come on! The music's cute. Just wait over there, while I craft my arsenal. Exactly. That's 100% right. As good as I can dealing with my transphobic grandfather. Oh no, I'm sorry, Blue. That's awful. I hope that you can kind of get away from him. Some people never change and really struggle with the idea of anyone being remotely different from their, like, what they think of them, you know? Dearest Dove, think you will for the it will. Woodland mushrooms hiding in leaf litter. Tasty, fresh in soups and stews or dried for leaner days. I'll just eat that because I need to hold this. Bruh. Is there anything else I can like devour here? Oh, I didn't realize I had grouse meat. When did I kill a grouse? I need something that there's flint. I'll drop that for now. Where am I? Okay. Okay. Hold on. How's this work? I want to see if I can figure out how this works. Okay. Aim. Wait, where I made an arrow. Fuck. Hold on. I did make an arrow or a few. Are they on the ground somewhere? Don't you move. Don't you move. Hold on. Okay. Arrow. Craft. Huh? Nani? Okay. Did the old man give you meat too? Maybe he did. Maybe he did. Oh, it's down there. Oh, crap. Oh, God, you're gonna scare the thing away. Fuck, don't scare the thing away. No space left. Fuck! I need a backpack. What is this? Basalt. Okay, let me just drop that real quick. I will need it back, but I wanna see how this works. Thank you for the Believe Cutie caution. Hi, and Mokrim, welcome on in. Abby's. Good, Mokrim. Don't! Fuck, it left! Shit! God damn it. Fuck! Oh, man. All right. Yo, that dog across the river has horns. That dog across the river. Ozzy, thank you for the care package. Oh. Thank you. Okay, we gotta sleep. I expect that to close up completely up here. I'm getting colder and hungrier, but I'm getting less tired. Okay. Now I can I'll fill up on water. And more water. Nice. Okay, and then I think I also have this, right? So let's refill that. That is something that the old man gave us, was like a little canteen. Okay, let me boot up my fire real quick. Hold on, what else do I have? What does this say? Flexible, good for crafting, feeding the fire, chucking at something. I don't wanna, hold on, I'll pick that up. What about this one? I don't want anything that's basic bushcraft, just chucking at whatever deserves it. Okay. Okay, let's ignite that, and then we can maybe cook our, maybe we can finally have like a reasonable meal. We can, cook our, well, not drop it, don't drop it, cook it! What happens if I, nope, okay. Drop? That probably is not how you cook things. Oh wait, no, I have a spit thing, don't I? I can craft a spit thing. Where's the spit thing? A roasting spit. That's it. Need to boil the water first. Ta-ta! No, it's running water. It's okay. Ooh, that's a nice looking pixel right there. Yummy. Yummy. Time to eat it. Wait, needs more materials? What do you mean? Does my dog not get fed? Do I not feed my dog too? Ooh, yummy. Yummy. Oh, eat that. Watch it be better. Yeah! Oh, I'm so healthy now. I'm all green, baby. All green, all good. Okay, now I have to go hunt more animals. But, I do want to... Can I cook some of my mushrooms? Wow, I'm feeling so good. I'm feeling so good. So fresh, so fun. I also want to throw more, more stuff into the fire. Hold on. Roasting spit. We'll put another one on there. Okay. God, I get hungry fast. Actually, hold on. Let's go do some more crafting by the fire. I think that we can probably stand to have more than one arrow to our name, don't you? Wouldn't that be useful? We only have two of the, okay, fine, I'll just do this. Hi there, dearest Daisy. Welcome on in. How are you? Hi, Daza. How are you, dearest Daza? I'm trying to work out if my kitchen scales have given up, have low battery, or have been seriously scammed. A pack of pasta I bought recently is half the marked weight. I don't think it's a mistake where they made the pack the same size, but the shape makes it that much lighter. Oh, that's not good. Yikes. Sorry, hun. Don't leave a fire burning unattended, Tal. Oh, good point, Talon. Good point. Must be careful about that. Is there a place you can check your health status? It's up there, up in the corner. That's all of your health stuff. That's why so many people died in the wilderness. There are lots of bacteria in river water. That is true. But generally speaking, like running mountain water is generally pretty good. I do relatively regularly fill up my water bottle in the mountains when I find running water and I'm out. I did not expect it to have such an intricate crafting system. Looks quite interesting to me now. I know it's cute, isn't it? I like it too. I can see it becoming quite a exhaustive game, I suppose. What is that? Oh, feather. Okay, right. All right. You need feathers for your fletching. Got it. Gotcha. Okay, we only have one, or we have two of those. Doggy, let's play with the puppy. Go, doggy. Oh, there goes the puppy. It's so cute. So cute. Oh, he comes back with the ball. Look at him go. Here, I'll throw it in a better direction for you. Oh, that's so cute. Here, let me throw it in a direction where the pals can see it. Wait, where's the ball? Give me the ball. Hold on. Where's the ball? I mean, I'll keep on petting you. That's fine. But like, where's the fuck? Where's? Oh, or is it just like you throw it one time and then the dog has lost it, and then brings you back something else? Oh no, it's there. Okay, I see it. There goes the fur baby. So cute. Had hibachi today for Dad's birthday. That's awesome, dearest Daisy. I hope that you enjoyed it. Okay, let's play. Here, watch him. Watch him go. Whee! He's so cute. Depends on how close you are to the spring, of course, but you are right. It is a lot safer than, say, a mud puddle or seawater. Yeah, definitely. Truly, almost the perfect game for Tau. Only thing to make it better is if you could have an Australian Shepherd and horsies. I would like horsies too. I gotta pet that. Oh, don't cook the dog. Pet the dog. Pet the dog. Good dog. Cute. Okay. Oh, while we're here, I might as well sip on some of this, here water. Have a little sip. There we go. You threw that pretty far, right? Have you played Stonks 9800? I have not. It has a demo too. Is it a good demo? Blue! I love that emote with the little waggy tail. So cute. Ah!
Lizard.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard.
Fuck. Damn it! I want that dog with horns. I also need to bring our friend back some firewood. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's like looking specifically for firewood or just the stuff that I can also use for firewood. I don't know. I need grouse feathers too. Is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? Pick it up. What is it? Okay. I have no space left. Hi, Cedar Storm. Welcome on in. How are you? Close-ish. Close-ish. Simulator that really captures the thrilling highs and lows of playing as a business person in the 80s Japanese stock market. I would be garbage at that game. I am not a good stonk trader. For how pixely this is, everything is animated so well. It flows so smoothly. Yeah, I would love to play Kingdom with you guys sometime. It's one of my favorite little side-scrolling games. And it's very similar to this. Really, really similar style. Not again, the game type is very different, but like the side-scrolling like and this style is very similar. Fuck! Ah! Hi, doggy. I need another grouse feather to clear up my inventory so I can make another arrow. Imagine Tau, the Tau coin. I don't want the Tau coin. I don't want you guys to have Tau coins. It might crash. I can't have that happen to my pals. Panic arson. You and Snivy. We could have that on because I remember you playing it once and it gets tense once the attack starts. Yeah, exactly. Yes, it does. Let me see. Did I get you enough wood? What can I do for you, bud? This axe is a real beaut. How's that firewood coming along? Still got all your fingers? Got the whole lot. Easy as anything. There you go. Thanks a million. Something else on your mind? Got any tips on bush tucking? See this old pot? Belonged to my friend Martha. Left it here way back in 62. Said she'd be back for it Tuesday. Never specified which Tuesday. We also got a thermos. Shh. Don't tell her. But fetch me some old Buck's favorite fresh mushroom soup and I reckon the pot is yours. I'd roast some up myself, but ever since this dang niece started giving me grief, I haven't been wandering much farther than the coffee pot. I'll give it a shot. You'd be a lifesaver. That the lot or you need something else? That's all for now. Take care of you out there. Kingdom Classic is free on Steam if any pals care to check it out. Oh, is it free now? That's awesome. I played that way back when it was money. It was money, but it's totally worth it. It's a really fun fucking game. God damn it. I gotta pay attention so I can do better at this. Oh, I meant actual physical Tau coin. Oh, not the crypto creepins. Oh, that's okay, fair. I would totally love to give you guys a physical Tau coin. That'd be cool. There are a few dialogues and it's quality stuff. Yeah, wait, are you talking about are you talking about in Kingdom or in this game or what? No way to do coins now. The price of silver skyrocketed recently. That's a good point. We could do copper coins. No, copper's pretty expensive too, huh? Chat, pals, EXE has encountered a fatal error and must reboot. Please contact IT if this problem continues. Lev! it's so good to see you, gorgeous. I hope you're very well. All right, ignite that, and we have our spit, and we need to cook some stuff up with the pot. Refill. Nothing nearby to refill from. Okay, wait. So we refill the pot with water, I assume. Idle mode? Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Whoa, stop. Sorry. No, stop. What? No, stop. I don't. No. Not what I meant to do. Okay, refill. Also, some water for me to drink. Some drinkable water? No? Okay. Oh my god, it's already burnt out! Fuck. Empty? I don't want to empty it. Alright, 1 second. Where's my drinking? There we go. In this game, I mean? Oh, yeah. It's clearly like the tutorial section, right? Which is cute. I like a tutorial that feels relevant to the world. What's that? Oh, a thermos. Sippy sippy. Vessel is empty. Yeah, I suppose it would be. Okay, I need to ignite this, and I need to cook. Where? I'm so confused. What? Are we supposed to, like, put the... How do we put the, Nani? Is there a different, craftable or something for us to do here? Cook? We can't use a roasting spit for our cooking pot. How do we... What does this say? Thank you for the care package. No, sorry. No, stop. No. Where's the ball? A nature story lesson. Tower coin to your witcher. Oh, valley of plenty. Oh, valley of plenty. Oh. See. How is Greg doing in the Arcnights? I saw him playing it. Ugh. Pals, invest in Taucoin right now. I promise not to sell any of my shares because and cause it to crash the moment it becomes profitable to do so. You can trust me. I'm on the internet, and people on the internet never lie. Certainly not you, If not you. No. For some reason, my mom likes berry-flavored energy drink, and I think it tastes terrible. Lucky for her, she gets the entire stock. Lucky for her. My plan is to replace all money with physical Tau coins, just like in Fallout. I love that. So the Tau coin is like bottle caps. I think you have an object limit, but not a limit of how many of the same object you can have. I think that's true. Can I buy 1 share of Tau, please? You sure can, Vegeta. Welcome on in. How you doing? There are 3 more Kingdom games: Kingdom New Lands, Kingdom Two Crowns, and Kingdom 80s. I haven't played 80s, but I've tried the other ones. All the same style and all on sale for Humble Bundle for under $4 each. That's awesome. Vessel is empty is the description you get when you use the inspect action on my flesh avatar. No, Traza, it's so sad. Yes, I did play all of those except for the 80s one. Thank you for the head pat, Vegeta. Thank you. Hi there, Zelda. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. He didn't hit the 6% chance he had to get the new character, I think. So despair, clearly. Endless despair. No chill, no wilds, no waifu. It's very tragic. I could read that a lot more dramatically if you wanted, but I feel like just the sheer weight of the emotion behind that message is self-explanatory. 6% chance? Oh, that is a bummer. Did you get it when you were playing Save? I'm only about 15% here. Tied and distracted by FF14. That's okay, Cutie Cloak. I appreciate you being here all the same. Okay. I will play The Witcher eventually. Sheesh, enough with the nagging. Ah, God, please someone play The Witcher and talk to me about how wonderful it is and how incredibly gorgeous Geralt is. Geralt is easily my most, like... I think he is my most favorite attractive character in gaming. Kitty now laying with me while drawing. That's so sweet, Nick. I'm doing good. Just woke up an hour ago. Sweetie, are you feeling okay? Just had a late night, or I did not, but I got the last character with pretty low odds. Hey, so not complete despair for you then, hey? I'm gonna be cleaning my house while I have you up. Oh, good, lovely Zelda. I hope that you have slept very well. Buy The Witcher for me and I'll play it eventually. You know, it's probably pretty cheap these days, I would imagine. Okay. Fuck. I still don't understand what I need to do to cook in this pot. Is there like a combine function here? Roasting spit? Maybe. Do I know that you can't, am I stupid? Does anyone have any idea? Roasting spit, cook, tend, disassemble, tend maybe? No? It's only like 80 to 85% discount constantly. It is a 10-year-old game, and it's still my favorite of all time. So good. I think my Witcher 3 disc might not work. I played it for a tiny bit, but got distracted by another game and never went back to it. That's understandable, hon. That's fair. Also, The Witcher is one of those things where I don't really expect a lot of people in this community to, like, be fanatical about it. It's quite a dark game. And I am a little bit hesitant to be playing something like this on stream here. Wait, hold on. I gotta focus. Wait, I wanna... Oh, fuck! That was not a good shot. Ah, hold on. Let me try again. Wait, I'll finish saying what I was gonna say about, Oh, okay, that's, on a different plane of existence. Greg! Hi, gorgeous girl. How was your Hearthstoning, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Welcome. It's so good to see you. How was Hearthstoning? And then how was it Arknights? Am I thinking of the right thing? Let me see here. Yeah, when will your next stream be, by the way? Also, you guys, if you like Greg's new little cat emote, or if you like me, you should use the cat emote. But if you like the cat emote, you should also thank me. Let's go, Greg. I'm so glad you're actively using it. You're a very cute cat boy. Yes, it was Arknights. Cool. Okay, awesome. I'm getting confused because there's so many different like gacha games that I don't keep up with. So I'm like, which one was it? But yes, welcome on in, sweetheart. Cutie Canny! Hi, lovely Cannibal! It's so good to see you! Yes, use the adorable Neo Greg cat emote. So cute! Yes, tell me how your stream was and when your next one will be. You guys, if you haven't checked out the absolutely gorgeous Neo Greg, you really should. He's been so very supportive, so very sweet, constantly rating in from his lovely, with his lovely viewers, and he plays a lot of really cool stuff. He starts off with Hearthstone, and then often will do either like high times or like sponsored content or something like that. And you never know what you're gonna get. You never know what you're gonna get in the best possible way. He also does have banger music playing like most of the time, pretty much all the time, except for sponsored stuff, I think. And you can go on in if you are sub to him, and you can every single day make a free song request. But yes, welcome on in. How are you, Greg? How are you, cutie Cannibal? We're doing our demo day today. So I know that this probably isn't quite as intriguing as when we were playing the insanity that was Water Park Simulator last week, which was a blast. That was so much fun. Oh wait, I think that's an arrow. Damn. Sorry, hold on. At the moment, I am trying to figure out how to use a pot of water to make a soup, which sounds like it would be easy, but it's not, okay? It's not easy. They don't make it easy. You're going to bed, Tweepy. Oh, good, cutie cloak. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for coming on in. Arkham Knights was great. Hearthstone was great. How was demo day today, y'all? That's awesome. Wait, did you play Arkham Knights as well? Wait, or is that what you're calling Enfield? But Hearthstone was also great. I'm very happy to hear it. How was demo day today? We are having a good time. We've played Cat Chaos, where your entire goal is to ruin your parent slash human human servant's house to the tune of $5,000. And it took about 10 minutes, as a cat does. And then we played some animal shelter to try and take care of animals, but it's a bit glitchy. And now we're playing this. It's my endearing way of saying Ark Knights. I love that. That's actually great. Now that's gonna be stuck in my head. Arkham Knights. Ark Knights. Yeah, that actually is much more efficient for the typing and for the speech, isn't it? It's not Arkham Knights. Come on, Ark Knights. Way more succinct. It's easy to get Ark Knights confused with Arch Knights, which is like SimCity. Ark Knights, which is biblical and also probably blasphemous, and Ark Knights, which just helps with geometry homework. Yeah. Dude, it was Ark Knights. Dude, it was huge. Dude, it was small. These are Greg quotes, you guys. If you haven't been in Save Stream / Greg Stream, then you don't know. But you want to be on. Trust me, you want to be on the in. You want to be on the in. Arcanite rises. Exactly, Joseph. Exactly. Greg, do you know when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming? Greg-isms. I love the Greg-isms. Dude, it was huge. Huge. It was dude. Huge. It was dude. Dude, it was huge! Oh, that's such a cute puppy, Save! Oh, look at its dumb face. I love its dumb little face. Cute. Man, I need to make a faction of orcs in my next TTRPG campaign and call them the Orc Knights. Oh, that's good. I like that. Hi, Sadu. How are you? It's good to see ya. But yes, you guys, please check out the gorgeous Neo Greg, who has been so very lovely and supportive and is a very exceptional Hearthstone player who has also been playing some Ark Knights as well as some other cool sponsored content. But yeah, do you happen to know when your next stream will be? Do we need a exclamation point, dude? Dude, it was huge! Sound clip command? We could do that. We could do that. It's so funny because I feel like we have a lot of commands you guys don't often use, but once you guys start using them, they just go brr, brr, brr. Larch Knights, they protect the trees. Larch Knight, like
Buttons.
I'm having a stroke. Buttons. But yeah, thank you so very much for the raid, hon. I super duper appreciate it. You were so sweet. I really do appreciate the support, and thank you for letting me make you into an emote. It was very, very fun. I hope you enjoyed being made into an emote too. And yes, you guys, please check out the lovely Greg. I may or may not have a 20 stream streak. I'm so bad about keeping streaks, but I'm managing. I am managing. I didn't share it today because I had an event with my dog. So, but I will try and be around for the next one I can share. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. PST with Hearthstone, and planning on a voiceover game called Choicer Voicer. You would love it for sure. I actually have seen some people play it. I do kind of want to try it. It sounds like a lot of fun. I would love to hear you do it too. Yeah, but that sounds really that sounds very fun. You guys, please check out the gorgeous Neo Greg, who is going to be live at 12 p.m. PST with Hearthstone, and then playing a voiceover game called Choicer Voicer. Hey, if you guys go over there and you go watch him play it, and you guys like it, then I'll try playing it too. How about that? How about that?
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Keep it up. In Japanese, the English loan word oak, the trees, and orc, the non-trees, are spelled and pronounced the same, leading to a lot of mishaps in D&D. That would cause some mishaps. I could see that. I truly don't know what he wants me to do here. I'm drinking out of this massive pot, but okay, see, that's added. I don't understand. Have a great demo day, y'all. I'm hungry. Absolutely, Greg. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm the worst. I'm always so bad at this. If you've been streaming the very long hours, gorgeous Greg, so please go and get food or drink or walkies or showeries or sleepies or whatever you gotta do. Okay, I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. Go and consume. Go and consume, please, be my guest. Go consume. Nom, 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 nom. Fuck. Do it. Thank you so much for the raid again. I really do appreciate it. You guys, please check out lovely Neo Greg. Such a sweetheart. I tried The Witcher 3. It is good, but I can't personally get into it. I don't know why. I love single player games. Like I said, it's quite dark. I don't know. There's a lot of people who aren't super into The Witcher because it is quite a dark game. And I am a little bit hesitant to play Blood of Dawnwalker on stream, but the problem is, if I don't play it on stream, I am so excited for this game that if I don't play it on stream, I will probably have to take a couple of weeks off of stream so that I can play it, which would be unacceptable, obviously. So, yeah. Hey, Tau! Catch! Cackles and Catgirl Chaos Mode! Ah! Ah, no! Lith! I'm not catching those fish! Yucky! I can't trust you! I can't wait to see Greg do this game. I do kind of want to try this choicer voicer thing. It sounds really fun.
Ah, that's better. Thank you for the pal tag, lovely Yuki. I appreciate it.
Time to eat some random mushrooms I found. Very healthy. Very healthy.
Fish, yeah. Blech, blech, blech.
Okay, is there a grouse over here or was it over there? I'm trying to make sure that I don't miss out on the opportunity to have some more meat. Seems safe. Save has a cute dog emote. Meanwhile, I have this derpy creature. I love that derpy creature. That is so cute. Save has some cute dog emotes, but he also has some derpy creatures as well. Okay. Holy shit, I have so much of this stuff. The solution is to be playing Dawnwalker, but have a looping 10 minutes of Cat Chaos gameplay displaying. I'm sure that won't cause any strangeness. No, definitely not. Imagine me, like, getting, like, emotionally impacted by this game, and I'm, like, crying, and then it's just Cat Chaos on replay, and I'm like, that was really beautiful. I can't believe we... And then... I can see it now! Okay, I still need grouse feathers. I fucking have no clue, how to make this soup. I'm stuck. I'm stuck, I tell you! My life will never be the same!
Congratulations! $5,000 of damage accomplished!
I mean, isn't that how TikTok kind of works, though? Can't you do that? Isn't that, like, something that people do? They're like, oh, yeah, listen, I'm gonna talk about something really serious right now, but in the meantime, while I am, here's Subway Surfers, a Minecraft playthrough, and a silenced YouTube video that you've never seen, and then here I am, talking to you about something serious. Oh, wait, stop moving. Stop moving, sir. Okay, I have no idea what I'm meant to do here, as far as, like, how the fuck? How the fuck? How do I fix my soup? We're at the soup store! You make soup by boiling water and putting stuff in it. Anything works pretty much. That's what I thought too, but Yuki, that's not how it's working. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I go over here, right? I go over here, okay? And then no, I don't need to drink that, sorry. I need to fill, okay, I go over here, I refill the cooking pot, and then, what do I do then? I try to put the, the chanterelles. Is that not the, wait, or maybe they're not the right, but you can cook them. Didn't it say that? Doesn't it say you can cook them? Excellent in a stew. Yeah, what? So, but if I say eat, then just, you are not hungry. Okay, well, even if I am hungry, like, what do I do? You gotta make another fire and put another stand with the pot? Oh, is that right, Aussie? Hi there, Aussie noob. How are you? It's good to see you. Okay, let me try that. Let me try that. Put pot on fire? That's what I thought, but it wasn't working. But maybe Aussie's right. Maybe we have to have a separate fire. Oh, cooking tripod! Ow! Okay. 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 Cooking tripod. Oh! I need more sticks. Shit, I used all my sticks. Ooh, just perfect. That's perfect. Okay, that's one stick. 2 stick. I don't actually know how to tell the difference between sticks. Make a hibachi! Bowl with water on fire. There you go, exactly. Hibachi time. Okay. Fuck, I only have one stick after all the sticks I collected? Only one stick. How are you doing, Aussie Noob? It's good to see you, hun. Okay. Ah, fuck me. There's no space left. Really? Wait, is that... Or is it... Fuck. Okay. Here, you can have that one. And I'll go and find another, what, straighter stick? I guess they want a straighter stick? Is this the stick? Okay, I think that's the stick. I hope that's the stick. Is this the kind of stick they want? I have many different types of sticks here. Pick up the stick. Okay, no more sticks. Okay, I have 2. I need 3 sticks. Did I get a stick? Okay, I think I got all the sticks. Doing all right. Homesick from work. Oh, I'm sorry, hon. I hope you feel much better soon. Are you hydrating well? Okay. Okay, now we're cooking. Thank you. Okay, mushroom soup. Finally. Finalmente. Ooh, and also some salmonberry tea. Yummy. Okay, let me go feed this to the old man. Look at the dog. Point at the fire and with a firm tone say, cook. Should have a home cooked in about 45 minutes. With the dog. I don't want anything bad to happen to my dog. You have to head out, Belarus. No worries, sweetie pie. Thank you so very much for, oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much for the support on YouTube and here, honey. I really appreciate it. Fuck! Damn it, that stupid grouse. I'm never gonna have another feather again. But thank you so much, Valiant Fellows. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for the support on YouTube and on Twitch. And we'll see you again soon, okay? Thank you for supporting our beautiful, precious Pocky as well. All right. Let me go feed the old man. Welcome back, eh? Good to see you made it. So, is there anything I can help you with? I got some soup here that'll warm you right down your boot.
Motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Magnificent Michael. How are you? There it is. Been smelling that soup since you were halfway down the trail. Made sure to save you a thermos. Knew I could count on you. Much obliged. Anything else I can help you with? That knee still giving you grief? Still giving me grief, but I make do. Ain't much point complaining. You sure ain't listening. Oh, come on, old fella. You're tougher than one bum knee. Tough? Heck, I'm tough as an old boot leather. Problem is, the rest of me's starting to feel about as worn out. Got enough grub to last me a while. Problem is, my meds come in with a quarterly airdrop. Only trouble is, the wind decided they belong somewhere else. Not far for 2 good legs, but pretty dang far for 1 good one. I could take the ATV out after it myself, but with my luck, I'd come back with 2 bad legs. What you thinking? What do you reckon about swinging over to Black Bear Hollow and picking it up for me? Slight problem. I ain't got an ATV license. You'll be fine. Old girl practically drives herself. Just keep your weight in the middle and your limbs attached. Now, Black Bear Hollow didn't get its name from the scenery, but don't fret. That ATV makes enough racket to scare the fur off them. Probably. Bears, you said? Ha! You've been knocked around by the bush long enough by now. Black Bear Hollow ought to be just another Tuesday. What do you say? I'll do it for you. I got an ATV? Away. Knew you wouldn't leave an old-timer hanging. You betcha. Catch you later. Oh, and watch out for them red-spotted mushrooms. The what now? Oh, those are strictly look, don't touch. Keep your little pal away from them, too. Dogs ain't exactly famous for restraint around food. Got it, thanks. Cool! We've got a fucking ATV! Okay, we gotta go this way. Oh, my doggy's on the back! Okay, Coda would never. Coda would never. They gave it to you in the demo! That's so cool! Oh, keep going. Keep going up. Tao can bear with going to the bear place. I can try. This thing's about to tip over. Oh, God! Maybe I should, I don't know. Maybe I should, like, sleep first. Here, let's get some rest first. Check your DMs when we're on break. Okay, sounds good. Let me see about this Black Bear Hollow thing, and then we'll go on a break. And you guys can tell me if you want to keep on playing or not, if this is not the last quest. Okay. Ah, wait, no, stop sleeping. You don't need any more sleep. Don't be lazy. Seems your dog is heavy. It seems your dog is heavy. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Okay, all right, let's Black Bear Hollow this bitch. Whee! Okay, I sure hope nothing bad happens. Bunny! Oh, okay, glad Bunny did not get run over despite looking like it. Rah! Rah, bear, rah! Okay, wait, so hold on, he wants to go, are we going up this way? Oh, we are. Oh! Oh my god, okay, killer timing. Okay, awesome. That's I'm glad that we didn't just take a break. That was awesome. That was very cute. So that's the whole Wild and Chill demo. I want the demo to end at Bear Hollow. Game over. Buy the full game to not be mauled by a bear in this scene. Save. Did you already play this? Because that's kind of what this felt like. Close enough. Close enough. What if you drive away too fast? Does the dog catch up to you? I think so. I think that it takes too long to start up. Hey, Tao, did you hear about the non-binary prospector? He found, hold on. He found gold up in them mountains. I like that, that's cute. As a non-binary individual, I find that entertaining. That was good timing, perfect timing even. Love the demo, this is going on my wish list for sure. I'm so happy to hear it, awesome. Don't get to check DMs. Yes, thank you. All right, we gotta go on a quick break, cutie pies. We have 3 potential demos left. We have already done Animal Shelter 2, Wild and Chill. So now we can do either Dungeon Defenders or Project Pit, I think is what it's called. Let me see. Yeah, Project Pit. So we have Dungeon Defenders or Project Pit left, okay? Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe get to the bathroom as long as this is all meds and mom in case you need any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you in 3. Mwah. It says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fucking where are you going? Or whatever. Shut up! Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. Suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
Read it. If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh.
Remember, Tao, you call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on.
Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my god.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking. I got him. Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emoji.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. It says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Dude, it was huge! Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fucking, where are you going? Oh my god. I'm crying. Love it. Fuck. That was really funny.
Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can.
Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, Lolbit? It's okay, I'm over it. Doing well. Hope you're also doing good. I'm doing great.
Onto my lunch. Jesus.
Or whatever.
Shut up!
It says left joystick. Doesn't
Hi,
it?
cuties! I'm back. You have a new command. You may have heard it. I'm having some
Oh.
trouble launching
Never mind.
Dungeon Defenders.
Never
Saying
mind.
that there's an
Fucking
issue
where
with
are
my
you going?
DirectX, which is strange.
Dude, it was huge! Oh no, it's spreading!
The echo was crazy!
Dude, it was huge! Where's the, oh my god, my heart
There it is.
fire! Fuck!
There it is.
Oh my Dude, it was huge! Dude,
Welcome
it was
back to the
huge!
strat. Welcome back, lovely love.
Exclamation point.
Okay, wait, is it working now? Hold on.
Why are you
Sorry,
still
I can't
on fire? You're
reveal my
supposed to turn off
screen
fire
until
when I turn the
my
fucking
shit's
thing
working
off.
properly. Perfect
God.
timing, guys. Yes, indeed. Okay, all right. I think it's
don't
I think
understand how to
it's
play
been
this
I think it's
fucking-
fixed itself.
Got him! But we are not done with it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Damn, it's late.
Let's
Should be
head
getting
over
home.
here.
Cowder's been eating a ton lately after cram school.
Alrighty. Hi, I'm back.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Blue. Oh, wow, it's loud. Hold on, you guys can't hear shit, but I certainly can. Wowzers. Okay, hold up a sec. Hold up a minute. Hold up a minute. Beep. And boop. And wow, I'm turning that shit down. You let me know if it's too loud, okay? Some beats for Ozzy. Good,
was
Ozzy.
once a land of living legends.
Where's my visuals? Is that the problem? Did I tab out and it's upset with me? Is this another game that's upset with me for tabbing out? Oops, I broke it. That's okay. Engage, Abby's. Good, engage. Nix, Abby's. Yee, good, Nix. Welcome back, Cedar Saba. How big are we talking? Like huge or like huge? We're talking huge because that's the quote from Greg. Listen, Save has direct clips from people. I am a self-important voice actor. So I have to mimic what other people do. Instead of having direct clips, we have me mimicking the direct clips. They're never as good as the actual clips, but they're my attempt at them, and you guys get to enjoy that. Alternatively, we have Save, who is my co-star in this voice acting regime. Done deaf. This one's hella fun for co-op. Oh, is it? I guess because the previous ones were soft. This is how it sounds extra loud. No, this is also just really quite loud. Ooh, this is cute. Play local. A local play session. It's just me, baby. Oh, I'm so cute. This is very
Delve deeper into the world of the arcane. Under
Ooh.
the guidance of the Grand Magus, the apprentice has learned the art of conjuration. While summoning towers of mystical defense to aid him, he blasts his enemies with waves of magic from afar.
That's cool. I like that they've got it. This is so nostalgic, dude. I've never played this before, but this is so nostalgic. They got the squire, the huntress. Oh man, I wanted to be the huntress. Ooh, or the monk. Okay, let's do apprentice. This is cool. Oh, that's so cool. Huh. That's very cool. I like that they have that you can like customize this entirely. This is very fun. Let's make the primary color like a light blue. Or, yeah, like that. And then the secondary color, we can make that like a yellowy orange, I think.
And then accessory color will be yellow, yellow, yellow. How old is this game? Change outfit? I can't do that yet. What is my name? I will edit it. I'm a Taus. Ooh. Wow, colorize your crystal? Holy shit, you can do everything in this. This is crazy. Ooh, that's pretty. It's, oh fuck, what's her name from Final Fantasy? Starts with a H, fuck, what's her name? Do you reckon it's too soft? Really? Okay, hold on. I'll turn it up for you guys. I would not be surprised if once we get into combat, it's too loud, but there you go. Cade, cutie kid, thank you so much for the lurk, hun. I appreciate it. Oh, is this a tower defense? Heidelin, that's it, Stormtown. Thank you, hun. Yes, that's right. Heidelin. The aura. More pink. I mean, not pink. Sorry. The other color that I like, the yellow. Yeah. Yellow. Yellow. Ooh, the souls. What color are the souls? This came out in 2011? Oh, it's very retro feeling. I like it. Cool. I need to be a good student, and this is my weapon. Pupil, veteran, brute force, required from the depth, required to the rooftops. Defender of Etheria, a taste of victory. A challenger approaches a matter of perspective. Survivalist Iron Man. Defense is the best offense. Defense is the best offense. Obedience training. Perfectionist. Daredevil. Master Banker. Team effort. Mastermind. Catch 'em all. Dungeon Defender. Group hug. Almighty Smiter. Reminds me of Torum Online. I don't think I've ever tried that. Cool. Interesting. Hit me. Look at my little mouth. Bleh. Okay, we're playing by ourselves. Yeah, no. Give me a quick tutorial. Catch 'em all? Wow!
Dungeons of Etheria. I will attempt to teach you the basic arts of dungeon defense. Your mission is to defend the Eternia crystals against all opposition through waves of enemy attacks. You can move around the area with the W, A, S, and D keys, and you can press the space bar to jump.
I love that it's fully VA. That's awesome.
And move
More games should do that.
rotate the camera. Scroll the mouse wheel to cycle through camera zoom levels. Hold Shift to display the area map. While in the build phase, you should summon defenses in order to protect your Eternia crystals. To summon defenses, first open your action wheel.
I say no tutorial. You learn on the job or die trying.
Use the mouse
No mercy, huh,
summon
Strat?
defenses from the action wheel. To decide where to place the defense, move it with the mouse, and then click the left mouse button to confirm. You may only place your defense within a radius around yourself, and defenses generally need enough free area to be summoned to a location. Summoning defenses consumes mana power, which is the magical resource used for all your hero abilities and to upgrade your equipment. From the action wheel, you can repair.
You used to play this religiously? I really must have missed out on this.
or even sell them.
I have never heard of it before, but it sounds like it was quite a big game.
Notice the billboard in front of each creep door, displaying the number and types of enemies that will be advancing from that location.
Thank you for the care
Use this
package, Lizzie.
information to better plan your defensive strategy. Once you are ready to face your enemies, head to the Eternia crystal and activate it with the E key to proceed to the combat phase. Click the left mouse button to use your primary attack, and the right mouse button to use
Cute that you
your
also get to
hero's unique
participate.
secondary attack. You can also bind any ability to a hotkey by selecting that ability in the action wheel and holding the numeric keys.
700 hours? Oh my gosh,
Simply
Stormtalon.
pressing the corresponding
I assume that you unlocked all of those
You
achievements.
can heal yourself by opening the action wheel, activating the hero icon, and then activating your heal self ability.
I can already tell you I'm gonna get
Cannot be
confused.
harmed with the dark energy around the creep doors, so only attack them once they become vulnerable. Some monsters have an elemental alignment. These monsters
155 hours? Oh my god!
With the icon of the element they are immune.
The group I played with drifted apart fast. 155 hours doesn't lead me to believe that that was
In
a
which case they will be ineffective
quick drift.
against such enemies.
VA work is great. I love to hear this guy speak. It brings back memories. Yeah, no, he's got a great voice.
Pressing the F key when you are near it. Pay close attention. Equipment that may be better than what you are currently using is highlighted in green. equipment will enhance your hero's statistics, which are viewable by pressing the I key. Each hero may equip a helmet, torso armor, gloves, boots, a class-specific weapon, and a pet.
I even bought at least one DLC character. Summoner is so dang good. Oh, that's cool. You gotta like summon like monsters or animals or what?
Defeating enemies and completing
Couple
raids.
thousand?
You may
Oh my
earn
god,
enough
Eki,
experience
that's
to level up.
amazing.
These earned skill points may be applied during
Day in, day out, this is all I used to do. Oh my god, no pressure for me having never played or heard of this game ever.
If you do not wish to apply a level up immediately, you can apply skill points.
You'll have to be nice to me. I'm a newbie to this kind of thing. I've played like exactly 2 tower defense games in my life.
Excess mana is automatically stored in your forges.
I bet dude has an ASMR channel now called Tutorial ASMR. I would listen to that for sure.
For increased powers. You may also swap heroes at the
My best friend had every DLC character and map. He went hard on the game, and then Dungeon Defenders 2 as well. Was Dungeon Defenders 2 also a big hit?
So be sure to plan ahead.
Gun Witch, Jester skins, Magical Girl skins. That's cool.
Access this training session from the options menu. Good hunting, hero.
Wow. Okay, I did not absorb all of that, but we're gonna give this a shot anyway. Oh,
Etheria was once a land of living legends. Long ago, brave warriors across the realm stood together against an immortal evil known as the Old Ones. In the wake of this struggle, the champions locked away the power of the Old Ones inside Eternia crystals.
horsies! Are there
realm's
horses in this
heroes,
game?
Called to a faraway crusade, have left their younger kin to tend the castle and its
Oh no,
chores,
they left with the
bored
horses.
with their dreary duties. And imagining action and adventure, the pupils accidentally unleash an ancient force.
Short version: build
That has
towers to
long
protect
been
Crystal.
dormant.
Can attack as well as towers. That's
Now
cool.
these
Okay.
heroes in training will have to grow
DD2
up
went a bit
quickly.
too hard on the microtransactions
Together
for
they
me,
will
but it looks like this is
defend
still
the Eternia crystals
active and
against
getting
those who would
updates. But
seek
dare I
to
get back into it?
resurrect the ancient
Uh-oh.
evils.
I'm sucking you back in, Storm Talon. Welcome back, sweet Sleepy. It's good to see you. As good as no tutorial, you're on the right path. Boundaries and forges. What game are we on, pals? Hi there, Yuffie. How are you? I have enjoyed the demos today. Wait, wave 2? Wait, what? Wait, what? There's been no wave 1. What are you talking about? Stop, what is happening? Wait, I haven't even played the game yet. Hold on, probably health is good. Oh my god, what the fuck? Area effect, okay, what in the, wait, what do you mean? There wasn't a first wave. I saw no waves. There were no waves. Okay, wait, how do I do this? E? Wait, I gotta grab something from here, right? What does this do? No? Okay. Fuck. I'm already lost. How do I grab things? Or the, uh-oh. Don't worry, the wave doesn't start until you're ready. Oh, thank God. Wait, there's a build up there. How do I access the build? What did it say? Okay, it's not tab. Oh, I'm literally typing in the command prompt. Sorry. The top row of stats is character buffs, the bottom is tower buffs. Right, yeah. But I don't know how to build stuff. Is there like a spot to grab things from? Open chests for mana? Oh, okay, okay. I keep on doing that. Okay, so I've maxed out on my mana. Oh, wait, I see. Wait, stop. Okay. There's a 4? Is that a, oh, that's a repair thing. Okay, Storm! Thanks a bunch. What is this? Is this how do I build anything? Take it easy, there doesn't seem to be a time limit. Yeah, but I still don't understand how to build anything. And I hope these don't expire because I'm maxed out on mana now. Is there a, where do you build things from? I'm already lost. Is it the Defender's Forge? Do I need to go there? Is that where thank you for the lurk, Ozzy. Activate? Oh wait, so is this, right, the item box? Is that where you, no. Hotkeys on left bottom. 6 is a tower. 6 is a tower. I thought 6 was mana. Like, yeah, that's the defense when I click 6, isn't it? Hold on. Oh, magic missile. Oh, okay. Wait. So okay, wait. Okay. Okay. All right. So we gotta prepare for them to come through here, right? Okay. Mistakes. Do they beat up the tower thingies or no? I'll put that there, I guess. They do not expire. Oh, okay. Cool. Yes. Okay. Cool. All right. So I put one there. And then enemies hurt towers. Oh, but they can beat up towers. Oh. Darn. Okay. Can't heal yourself? I don't mean to heal myself. Sorry. Sorry. Wait, can I put them on the staircase? Oh, I can put them on the staircase. Okay. I put them on the staircase. I'll put them here. Aha! There. There. Woo! Cool! Oh, I must have fucked it up last time because I didn't realize that Okay, I have more mana again. We just need 6K for the storytelling stream. Let's go! You guys got this. I believe in you. We will be having a storytime stream very soon. Easily before the end of the month. I keep doing that because I'm stupid. Okay. I did the thing. I need more mana. Oh, it did not activate here, huh? I need to hurry up and finish writing the short story. You should! I would love to read it. If I put one up there, does it count or does it only shoot things on its like vertical level? Sweetest soul, you heading out? Thank you for being here, hon. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I keep pressing that fucking button. Okay, it looks like that's not... Okay. Memory serves, you have to salvage and can't remove them. They aim at all levels and range. Only shoots things in the green area displayed when placing. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I thought this would be an okay spot for them. Whee! And then I'll put one... I guess I could actually put them on the... Oh, I need more magic balls, magic diamonds. No new chapters of Canis this time around. I'm planning the story for chapters 4 through 7, but I have 2 new short stories to tide folks over. Ooh, I'm excited to read it, hun. Very excited. Okay, if they go straight through here, they won't get hit, but I think they'll get hit. Did I get... Are there only 2 or are there 3 spots? What did the thing say? Sorry, there was a... Oh, I pressed the... Oh my god, I keep on pressing tab and then it brings up the command prompt. Oh, there are 3 spots. Do I have more mana opportunities here or do I have to go and take care of one of these sides completely on my own? Is there another chesticle somewhere? Is there a way to tell? Does it show on here if there is a chesticle? I guess it would probably tell me if there was one, huh? So I gotta go take care of this whole one by myself. Blah! You just have to defend one side on your own now? Yay! Unless they break it. Okay, I will try this. Here we go. Whee! Oh, I also just realized I have no mana, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to do anything. Do I not need mana to cast? Oh fuck! Ah! Button. Okay, how are they going? Does it say they're... No! They're making it through! Fuck! I have done poorly! I have done poorly! Okay, that one guy's like already Egads! Egads! Where are they? Oh no, they're coming for my crystals! No! Okay, well at least they're mostly dying. Okay, okay. Oh, no, wait, leave it alone! I'm stressing! I'm stressing! I can't aim properly! Fuck! Fuck! No! Leave those things alone! Oh god, there's so many of them. Oh my god, there's so many of them coming. That guy's scary! He's gonna shoot me! Oh no! Ah! Leave my stuff alone! Leave my stuff alone! Leave my stuff alone! Oh fuck! 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 It was huge! No! 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 Leave it alone! What did the crystal ever do to you? Leave Heidelin alone, you fucks! You fucks! Mega! Wow! Okay, all right. I'm learning an important lesson. Hi, Space Cat. Thank you for lurking. You're expecting to get a call today, and I hope I don't get it. I need to get some shopping done and get Mom to her appointment as well, but I get a feeling there was a chance the tradies will come knocking today. Oh, there might be extra mana on the floor. You were right. More towers. More towers! I need more towers, it's true. Speed would be good. I don't think they took down any of my towers, so I feel like speed would be good. And then like defense area of effect. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, phew. Oh, there's 24 enemies next. More towers, as it were. Hi there, Precious Patricia. Welcome on in. Demos have been very fun. Do you have to repair them? I don't know, actually. I think you can, which would mean that if they renew my, yeah, they do. Let me see. Can I repair you guys? Which is, how do I do that? It's, 4? Does it need reparations? How's this work? Oh, it's happy. They haven't touched it. Okay, this one could use a little bit of help. This one could use a little bit of help. Yay! Thank you for the plug, Zalrog. Okay. Do you need help? Did they attack you? Nope, you're happy. Happy! Oh, they're so happy! Okay, now I can put some more, now I can put some of these where I was before, right? Or wait, no, I can't. It's at least 100 mana. Excuse me? I don't even have 100 mana to my name. What are you talking about? Did I fuck myself by not powering up my mana? And uh-oh. Uh-oh. How was Persona 5 on Sunday? Make much progress? Yes, yes. Had a great time with our possibly final boss, but please do not tell me. And we're not gonna talk about it now because I don't know how many people haven't played a Persona, but it was very good, very productive. We need more towers. Do we get variety now? It doesn't look like it, but I could be wrong. If I get to like swap that back, banked mana. You can bank mana? That's cool. Do I have to undo this to start? Drop mana. Upgrade means directly making a tower more powerful. Oh. But I can't make any more. Wait, there was a thing in there. Wasn't there? First wooden cane.
Sure, put it on. I guess I can put some mana in here, right? Is that a good idea? Or should I go and upgrade something with the mana? I fell asleep at the tail end of that fight. Guess I should probably watch the VOD. Yeah, it was a banger. The music's sick, too. Okay. How does this work? E? You've only killed one thing. You better pick up the pace, bruh. Okay. So that's just repairing, right? How do you upgrade it then? Do you not upgrade it? Do you have to kill it in order to upgrade it and like rebuild it or what? Go build more? It said I couldn't. I thought it said I couldn't. Like down here, it says like the number 5 says that I have to have 100 mana to upgrade defenses. That's the button I was pushing to build them before. And I don't even have access to 100 mana, so I don't understand. I thought they upgraded in the menu? Oh my god, I keep pressing that fucking button. Yeah, because it says to upgrade defense, but I don't have a button available that's like lit up besides repairing. It's been a literal decade since I last played. Oh, fair. So, I guess we can't build more. Hey, 95% complete on the storytelling stream. Well done, you guys. Well done. Thank you for contributing to it. My dear Patricia. Can you not like overload it to so that I can have temporarily 100 mana so I can build things, or no? How does that work? Does anybody know? Anybody who spent thousands of hours in this game understand what I'm talking about? Oh, wait, no, sorry, that's not the one I was pressing, my bad. Never mind. Never mind. Nope, never mind. I thought there was like a limit on the things you could build, but I'm wrong. I hate the, okay. Fine. It's fine. What's the question? Oh, nothing, I'm stupid, I figured it out. Nothing, I'm stupid and I figured it out. It's okay. I'm drawing on the side. Ooh, you want to share some art with us? I want to move more quickly. More quickly. We got there eventually, we did. I keep on pressing the wrong fucking button because I'm used to having like the 1 be at the top. But that is not how this one works. Okay. I think I've probably got enough for, what, another couple of spots. I could put them here. Open, please. Open. Oh, whoopsie. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. I forgot what that was supposed to do. I'm still working on the character I posted in there last time. Oh, okay, cool, Eki. I'm excited to see it. Okay, 40. All right, I'll put one here, I think. Can I put it here and then, does it? No, I don't think it will. Hi, Magnificent Manati. How are you? Time to delete some monsters. Hell yeah. I keep doing that. I'm fucking doing that. Okay. Boom. Let's put you there. And got some more goodies. Whee! This art style is another one of those like timeless art styles. Reminds me of WoW with the super heavy stylization. Very cute. Very cute. Alright, put another one of these, like here? I'm afraid this will be exposed. But we'll put it here anyway. Can I open this? Yes. Ooh, what have I got? Okay, that's not as good. This one's better. We'll put that, and then we'll put this in the item box. Boop. Ew. I'm gonna call it a night, Talon pals. All good, incredible Ison. Thank you for hanging out with us for almost 4 hours, honey. I've had a couple of long days, and this has been really cozy and appreciated. Such a joy to have you, darling. I super duper hope that you have a better day tomorrow, and I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, hun. Thank you for joining us. You can build right on the path of the mobs, I think. You don't have to build on the railings and ledges. I know, but I'm afraid that if they're in the path of the mobs, then they're more inclined to get hit. You know what I mean? I don't want them to get hit. They are babies. Let me see. Okay, so I have one over there, one over there. I'll put one over here too. Right up here. Maybe I can make them a little bit safer if I hide it like right behind here. And then put that like that. Okay. Ooh, what's this? It's better! Equip! Yay! I can see how this could be addicting. Especially if you were like with your friends and like people that you actually like. This would be infuriating if you were playing with people that you didn't like. All right. Ison! Thank you so much for the lurk, hon. I super appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try the strategy I was using a second ago. We're gonna hide it behind here. And then we're gonna boop. Okay, I think I've used up all of the mana stuff that I can. Looks like this will be a lot of fun with friends. Yeah. But it's okay, I'm happy to take credit for winning stuff by myself. Okay, here we go, go! Okay, I'll start over here. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Fuck. Yeah, get him! Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, bad guy, bad guy. Ah, fuck! Okay, what is this? What does it say? Equip! Okay, where's everybody else doing? Yeah, get him! See ya. They're doing pretty well, my little guys. Oh, I don't like these guys though. They're dangerous to my friends. These are my friends. Ooh, what's this? Can I have it? I can! Can I wear it? Oh, I have to store it in the thing. Okay, fine. Okay, what does this do? Cute. What's happening elsewhere? Bad guy, bad guy. I will heal. Oh, okay. It takes it's got like a. Got a. Oh, don't touch. Ew. Get him. The cast time is real. You guys are doing so well, my friends. Wave complete. Let's go. I'm invincible. Now I just have to go around and heal everybody. Wait, wave 4. Wait. All players and core heal. Build phase. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I will beam this guy up. What's been your favorite demo so far? I don't know. All of them have been pretty fun today. I think the Cat Chaos one was a really good time. I really didn't have to focus on it, and I just got to, you know, let my destructive urges out. Did you check the clip I sent? I think you will like it. No, sorry. This last break, I was doing the other thing that you told me to do. I will have a look probably after stream at this point, I think. Ooh, what's this? Wait, no, I want to... Fuck, I wanted to equip it. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Rah. You're back for now. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Uppies for you. Good Yuki. Okay.
Is everybody... Is there a way to tell, like, on the... Oh, okay, it is flashing. Ah, cool. Okay, I understand. Really? This needs healing? By 1. Okay, by 1. Fine. Fine! Is this the last game for tonight? Potentially. Potentially. It's gonna be a relatively, quick finish up on this, I think, depending on how long it lets me play this demo. But yeah, it is technically the last one for the night. It helps that we had, we finished, both of those, games. Oh, wow, I'm glad that I'm seeing this one. This got beat up pretty badly. Yeah, we finished Wild and Chill, and we finished Cat Chaos. Cat Chaos was fast. That was literally a 10-minute demo, so that I'm glad that we have the pit, because we could also go to the pit if you guys wanted. But what was the thing? Okay, I wanted this, but how about this one? Can I equip it? Can I equip it? Equip that. Give it to the hero. Please? Uh-oh. Okay, everything's not as good as we've got now. I'm excited for tomorrow's stream personally. No particular reason, just that Wednesday streams are the ones I'm able to hang out the longest. Awesome! I can't wait. You want me to set a time for raids? Yeah, you can do that if you don't mind, Strat. Maybe like 45 minutes. Yeah, 45 minutes would be good. Thank you, sweet Strat. Okay. I'll put another little guy here. Okay. Okay, we got 2 of them there. I'll put another one over here. Right up there. Oh, wait, I need another chesticle. Thank you, Scott! Thank you, Scott. Ooh, I have to store this too. I'm not high enough level. I know Tao is having fun because she keeps doing voices. That's that's a good way to notice it, Space God. That's super cute. Thank you for the care package, Sweetest Sleepy. That outfit reminds me of a cartoon wizard somehow, like how they draw wizard in the funnies. It reminds me of the black mage, or whatever it's called. It's not. I think he is a black mage, but fuck, what is his name? He's from Final Fantasy. What's his name? Yeah, from Final Fantasy. Yeah, he reminds me of that. Vivi, that's it. Vivi Lith. Yes, you're right. Absolutely correct. Okay, I'll put another one of you on here. I'll grab this one. Yeah, Vivi the Black Mage reminds me of that for sure. So when this first came out, was it like a huge... I guess it must have been pretty big. It sounds like a lot of you played it. Is it mostly tower defense? Do you get to explore as well? It doesn't look like a lot of exploration, but there is, you get to, like, participate in the battle. So you set all this stuff up first, and then you, I'll put another one here. And then you can participate in the fight, too. Leave it to Lith to have all Final Fantasy related knowledge. That's true. That's true. Definitely a tower defense game, yes. There are a ton of levels though. I just decided to get it on Steam since it was like $2. Oh wow, that's awesome. $2. Very reasonable. Very reasonable. What do the forges have? Is that just to let you know that, I don't know. What does it mean? What could it mean? All right, I want symmetry on all of these areas. I'll put another one. Put another one here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, clipping. Ah, okay. Let's put one here. Boop. Yay! Everything is gonna be obliterated. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, I feel like it's not something I can have. It's just nothing. It's like, okay, got it. I found something pretty funny earlier today. Oh yeah, what's that? Just decided to get on Steam. Are you gonna play it again, Eki? I need to send you so much stuff, and half of it is about Spooderman. Let's go. Can I put one on here? Is that a possibility? Ooh. Oh, I think. Wait. Hold on. I have to. Oh, I can. That's cool. Okay. It won't count if it's heading that way, but I can put it over here. Hopefully nothing gets past the things on the right. Okay. I think we're ready. Hopefully. Lots of little tower guys. I see. That is really not genre. I played some before, but I couldn't really get into it. I need to be a free range map. Yeah, I like open world stuff as well, but this is cute. All right, combat phase. Here we go. Oh, that was weird. 2 mana added to your bank. Oh, thank you. I don't know why, but I appreciate it. Okay, they're going up the stairs. I'm helping out. Wheel. Ah! Dodged ya, beach. Ow, fuck. Okay, what's this thing? Ooh, I will equip it. Woo! Okay, how's everything going? Anybody dying? We have some injuries. We have some injured towers. Okay, but it's fine. Everyone's fine. Oh, I'm running into stuff. Hope everyone survives. How's our damage on all of our towers going? Leave that alone! What did he ever do to you? So many. Can I repair stuff like in the middle of battle? Oh, I can. That's cool. Nice. I better just go around and tend to my flock. I also should make sure that nothing's getting to my crystal. Hold on. Let's go make sure. We're looking good. We're looking smooth. Oh, wait, one of them is being attacked! Oh, wait, there's one injured. Injured! We must save our injured. Saved your life. This guy's still working on my tower. What an asshole. Oh, fuck off! Oh no, he's not facing the right way, so that's probably why. Okay. Nice! Success! Alright, I gotta put a defense bot next to the defense bot to defend the bot. Woo! Level up! Okay. Defense area of effect, defense attack rate, defense base damage. I think the base damage would be helpful, probably. I'll put that on him. And then your casting rate, your damage, your health. Let's put the casting rate. I'm not getting hit that much, so I'm not super worried about my health yet. Are you injured? You have 1 damage on you? 1 damage. And you're good, right? Oh, this guy is hurt. I should name them all, then I'll be very attached if something happens to them. Now is not the time to attack. Defend the defensive bot defensively. Precisely. Okay, you need some heals too. And I'll put yeah, I do want to put I need a bot to defend. Was it this one? Yeah, I think it was over here. How about if, what if he sits here and, ah. Oh my god, I don't appreciate that. No! Fuck, okay, I'll just move a little bit further. Nope. Okay, what if
I put this like that. There we go. Now no one can hurt you ever again. And that guy's watching. That guy's back. Okay. Okay. We are preparing properly, I think. Hopefully. I feel the urge to play a tower defense game. Tower defense is cute. I think it's a fun genre. I think it's one of those things where whoever came up with it first is kind of fucking brilliant. Ooh, wait, we have a, what is on 7? Hold on, I'm gonna heal this guy first. And then we have a new one? What is it? A magic blockade. Oh, that could be fun. I could like put a blockade someplace and then maybe like here? Maybe a magic blockade would be good here-ish. And then I can just like pummel them, right? Am I doing this right? If I put it like right here? I guess they kind of get to scoot through, huh? I hope I'm doing this right. It looks like it doesn't cost a whole lot of mana. Is it the whole area that it's protecting? I feel like it's probably not. Only 20. I can block all of these stairs areas. And then I can put another one of these guys up here. Yeah, there we go. Wait, actually I can put him closer. I do like tower defense. It is cool. It is cool. Okay, I need to go and get, I have a ton of mana lying around all over the place, so I just gotta go and find more of that. Aha, like this. Wee magic walls to make things stop moving until they destroy the walls. Yeah, I'm hoping that by having like 3 of them and then also having 3 towers, it'll do a good job. That's overkill, perfect for the situation. I love overkill, perfect for the situation. I'll put some of these here too.
So in the 2010s, Snickers had a marketing campaign featuring an invented language called Snacklish. It's normal English, but certain parts of words are replaced with adjectives used in Snickers ads, and someone made a translator for it. Ahem, Satis, welcome to the Chom Pouch, Chewachala Chom Pouch Collectible, and what a caramellizer it is to have a faction chew.
That is incredible. I want to learn this language. That's really funny. That's quite funny. Every time I try and pick something up, it always like glitches out on me, but you know, whatever. Whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go back over here. I need to go and erect some more walls. 114 enemies are next? Dude, yikes. I'm scared. I'm just a little bit scared. Just a little tiny bit scared. I'm so glad that they don't have a timer for this. That would be a bummer. Okay. I'll send the translator in Discord. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. I hope that stepping into this doesn't damage me. Okay, good. I was afraid. At first I was afraid. I was petrified. Ooh, okay, yikes. Maybe I'll prioritize this area so that I can, protect the middle section by myself. I was hoping I'd have more mana than this, but alas. I'm hoping having like a foot between them doesn't mean that they can go through. Okay. On higher difficulties, there is a timer between waves. Oh no, I hate that! I don't like that. I like the relaxing part of the game. I like to have my brief freak out, like, once I, you know, once I'm ready. I don't really enjoy having my freak out the entire time.
Oh, there's gonna be big guys. It looks like there's like an ogre or something. There's a few Bloons TD games free on Steam if you wanna check them out. Ooh, that's true. Oh fuck. Wait, did I not? Oh, I didn't even put one up here. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I need to keep an eye on. Okay, hold on. I gotta keep an eye on this side. That way. And just run back and forth if I can. Okay, I didn't mean to put that there, but it's fine. That's fine. Okay, it's time to lock in. Let's go. I'm scared. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna help these guys over here real quick. I hope that this is my first time using those barriers. I hope that they go well. Big guy. Owie. Is there friendly fire in this? Can you accidentally shoot your own things? Okay, that big guy needs to watch out. Ooh, I'm scared of the big guy. Fuck, that guy's massive. Holy fuck! Oh my god! Ah! Scary, you guys, get him. Stop hitting my friend! Okay, I gotta heal this. Okay, next one! I gotta go check on how. God, it was huge! It is huge! Oh fuck, there's so much going on here. Boom! Yes! Oh god, what's the screaming? That's terrifying! The fuck? Oh, you guys are doing pretty well over here, actually. Good job! Yeah, keep it up! Okay, has anyone gotten past my shit? Not yet. Oh, but these guys are really hitting it hard, huh? Okay, I need to heal these, what should, heal that one, heal this one, heal that one, okay, I need to go back the other way. There was, the area that I left behind, or, yeah, over here, I gotta make sure these guys don't get injured too terribly. Guys are doing great over here, well done! I'm scared of the... Oh my god, there's a lot happening over there. Oh, scary. Wah! Get him. Keep it up. Keep it up, good job! Pew! Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, this is fucked. This is fucked! Oh no! Hold on, I gotta heal you! I'll heal you!
Keep it up, good job.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Ow, oh god. Heal. I should probably be repairing the... Wave complete! Oh my god, that was scary. Yes! I did it! Woo! Yay! We're doing it, you guys. We're doing it. Some of those you just killed, Tauchan, they were guests in Stormy Coons, Labchans, and Bubblin' Sons in my tavern yesterday. Gone too soon. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill your friends. Well done. Thank you. I want these abilities. That's cool. Okay, everyone's like glitching out here. I'm gonna need to help them. I don't really need that. I think my speed. No, damage maybe. And maybe. I mean, we're doing okay with the health. That was a scary moment, but we were just fine. Attack rate. Try cooking some of the new stuff. I already do. Whenever I run across something, it tells me if it's better than the other things. So I do that on the fly. Is it just me, or when you're in combat, does it take longer to heal your boys? Some of them dined and dashed. Oh, then they're definitely worthy of a little bit of a punishment, I think. And oh yeah, okay, what's this say? That's not as good. So into the box you go. Are you injured? Yeah, by like what, 2? Yeah. Ooh, look at all these goodies. Uh-oh, what is that thing? With the little red hat, I'm scared. It reminds me, it's like a bug being. A bug being. What is this? We will equip that. And what's this? We will not equip that. And we will equip that. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Are you guys all healed? Did anyone take any damage this whole time? Did I heal you all already? I guess so. Okay, those guys are all set. Whee! Okay, this guy needs some help. Just a little bit. 3 help. That's not a hat. That's, well, you'll find out. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not a hat, Tau. That's a murder weapon. You stupid, silly little Thylacine. Post an art again. Oh, I'm excited to see it, hun. Thank you. I will have a look after stream. Are you good? You're good. You're good. Okay, now I'm gonna put some. Wait, what's 5 do? What's that? Oh, we get to upgrade them now. Oh, okay. I have 100 mana there. Oh, yeah, I do. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I'm prioritizing this first. Actually. Ooh, wait. Okay, hold on. Is there a way to tell what the range is after you place something? It doesn't look like it. So I would like to have this kind of like diagonally come up like so. Like that. And then I can let me see. There we go. Aha! Like that. Nice. Cool. Okay. Now they'll all get to have a little chance of attacking. What's this? It's not as good as my stuff. My other stuff. That's also not good as my other stuff. Okay. Wow, this one's fucked. This one's a little bit fucked. Did I look at this? No. Okay. Are you healthy? Oh, almost healthy. 1 HP non-healthy. Okay. And then we have one that's, whoa! That one very nearly got completely demolished. I should probably put some kind of a barrier in front of it to protect it from ongoing assaults. Is there any other thing here that is injured? Doesn't look like it. What about you? I wonder if, yeah, maybe I'll just put one here. Oh my god, I hate this. Oh my god, I'm just taking a guess. I hope this works. Put another one here. These are my friends. I don't want them to be hurt. Aha! There we go. Yay! That should give it a little more time. I also want to put another one of these, if I can. I want to put another one of these. Is this gonna... It looks like if I... Yeah, right there. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's good. You stay there. Listen, it's not aesthetic, but it's working, okay? It works! I wonder if this is a progress to a certain point demo or until you fail, lose, or die. Yeah, I do wonder that as well. Oh, shit. I thought I repaired you. I did not. My bad. Sorry. I'm sorry, dearest. I'll fix you right up. Ew. Ew. Oh, you too. Oh, so many injured little guys. Yum, 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 yum. Mana! Before I have to leave for boring work in about 30 minutes, I just want to remind the pals there are new giveaways posted in the Discord. Please react to which ones you want before Friday's raffle. Sorry, it's a bit short this time, but hope you'll find something you like. Oh, that's so sweet, Yuki. Thank you so much for doing that. Yes, you guys, we have some very generous pals who have put some stuff for you guys to win over in the community giveaways channel. If you would like to join in over there, I'm sure that they would love it. They would love it. Is there a freezing tower to slow enemies down? This level is on wave 6 of 6. Oh, true. So it's probably the last one. I need to, in order to upgrade these, I do wonder what happens if you upgrade them. Is anyone else injured? Oh, there is one. Looks like I missed healing one of my barriers over here. Couldn't have been by much. I would have probably noticed if it was like yellow or red. But I'm guessing it must be, oh, yeah. Okay, that's by like 1, isn't it? 0? Nani? What the fuck? All right. Do I have any spots where they can come through that are not, protected on the corners? Doesn't look like it. I kind of want to put an extra one over here, though. I have 3 down there. I have 4 over there. I'll put another one here, I think. I'll put another one of these guys. Boop. Yay! Protect the barriers, more barriers, and protect them with other barriers. It's true, it's true. That is my preferred way to play this game. I kind of wish I could reposition this guy. I don't know if you can. I have enough for like 1 more of the turrets or 2 more of my defensive guys. Maybe I'll put one here, and that way you can angle that way. Okay, I think we're set. Time for our final wave. I'm scared for the hats that you said aren't hats. I'm so afraid of these fucking hats. Wish me luck as I get ready for hats. Hats incoming! Oh, I should have stayed up there. Oopsie. Scary, 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 scary. Wait, what happened to my... Wait, what happened? Wait, wasn't there a... What? Wait, did I miss something? Was there not a turret there? I could have sworn I put a turret there. Oh, fuck! Wait, did it just get, like, demolished in 1 hit, or what? The fuck? Yes, please help. Please help. Go, turrets, go. Go, turrets, go! Probably died. I think that one snuffed it. Fuck! Oh, God. Oh, my God. There's so much going on here. Nice. Fuck, it got destroyed. Oh, there's so much happening here. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, balls. Oh my God, there's so... Okay, hold on. I gotta heal some boys here. Heal boy. Heal... An ogre has... Oh, God. Fuck. Where are they arriving from? Fuck! Where are you arriving from? Okay, they're fine. Wait, wait, oh fuck, that guy's got a big face. He's got a big face. Oh, that guy's huge. Dude, he's huge. Oh fuck, I don't think I'm in the right spot for that. Oh my God, what the shit is that? What is that? Oh, fuck. 6,000 huge! 6,000! Oh, God! Oh, God, a blockade got destroyed. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I didn't fortify anything back here. Please don't come over here. Please stay away from, please don't. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, they're coming in. Oh, no. No. Oh, my God. I guess I can put a, no, wrong button. No, stop it. Fuck, but there, fucking shot. How? 5,000? It's not even close. Bruh. Owie, owie, owie. Heal, 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 heal. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, hey, I distracted you? I distracted you. That's good. Here. Ah. Oh my god, this is fucked. This is fucked. I'm so bored, dude. Oh my god. You think that's still winnable? That is why we upgrade our towers, Tau. But I didn't have any reason to before. They didn't even get like that close to dying before. I didn't lose a single tower until this round. That was fun. That was actually quite fun. Tragic, sad ending, but it was fun. You did your best. I tried. You can do it next run. I don't know if I can. Wow, what in the fuck? What a graph. These little guys with hats are actually wearing giant sticks of dynamite on their backs? Oh, I didn't even see them because I was so focused on those ogres. Oh, so what did we learn? I'm bad at tower defense games. But I didn't have any reason to upgrade. Well, there's your reason. Well, now I know. Okay. Well, that was entertaining. Look at my Tau kills. They're so good until they were not. Gotta run errands. Oh, good. See you tomorrow, honey. We learn from our mistakes, Tau, and repeat them for quality content. Exactly right. See, that's the thing that's so entertaining is we don't learn from our mistakes. People love that. Kobolds. Oh, they're called. Oh, it's a dynamite. I thought it was a hat with a stick. It's a dynamite. That is a giant stick of dynamite. I see. I killed none of them. I killed 228 goblins, though. No gobbies for you. I cannot believe how murdered we got there. That's tragic. What happens if we return to the tavern? They've got the pal hat. Everybody is. Wait, my hair is in the way. Oh, I don't think we've been back here.
Welcome to your adventurer's tavern. Here, you and your fellow heroes will prepare for battle. You may buy and sell goods at the tavern keeper's shop. Test your strength against training
What
dummies.
are those?
And compare
Flying
and
tigers?
boast of your accomplishments and your permanently recorded statistics.
Hello,
These
tavern
accomplishments will also be reflected in various trophies and decorations that will
I
soon
wanna
come
cute
to adorn
flying
your tavern
tiger.
walls.
Oh,
But most importantly of
Gecko!
all,
We have this in
your tavern
Persona.
enables you to plan your upcoming exploits.
Cute.
By activating the Eternia crystal, the owner of the tavern can access the mission setup. From there, the owner can access numerous options, including mission modes and difficulty. Choose wisely. While facing more challenging opponents offers great reward, these difficulties will truly test your hero's strength and strategy.
Cute. Ooh, Werner! Master. Who is the master? This is Xing. Useful and passive student. The monk. Oh, the monk is advanced. Got it. Hawaii! Flying tigers. A must buy. It's super cute, isn't it? I do like him. I don't have enough money. Can I sell some of my... Yeah, the item box? Do I have a bunch of... Can I sell the... Wait, not to the bank. Just sell them all. Sell them all! Can I not sell those? Are those my clothes? Can I have one of these? Oh, I'm not wealthy enough. They need 12K? Oh my god. Cross promo. Wait, what was this from? The Tau Tavern is real! It is! Werner's son, what a fearsome name. It's true. True. Ooh, cool blade there. This is cute. This is actually quite cozy. I like this place. I really like that everything's all over the floor. Can you just sit and talk? Does he get upset if I shoot at him? No. Okay, that's good. I wonder if there's anything up here. This is so cute. I do wish this was open world though, Yuki. I think it's pretty fucking cool. The Tavern of Tau! It's me. It's my tavern. Shadow Princess, welcome back. Cross promo for Byakko, which as you said, you have in Persona. That's a cross promo. True, for Persona 3, it's unintentional, but definitely a cross promo for sure. Pretty, so cute. Oh, are you heading out, Shadow Princess? Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I think the second part may have a bigger world. Liv may know about it. Ooh, ooh. Like the second game, or like when you're done with the trial of the game? I can see potential. Yeah. Whee. Cool. That's cute. Okay. Gonna leave the art videos going overnight. Thank you so much, Swedish Shadow Princess. I so appreciate the absolutely amazing support. Thank you, Cootie. Thank y'all.
6. The Tavern Keeper's shop is stocked with a variety of items that your hero might find useful. And you can also sell items to him.
Oh, this one I could have Esh for $5,000, but I want
Keeper
Byakko
will
again.
restock his items after each successful mission.
Second game, yeah,
If you
okay.
want him to hold on to a specific item, you can lock it to purchase later.
Oh, that's cute.
The Tavern Keeper is an excellent
Lock
huntsman
him! I want
and is
Byakko.
skilled at taming some of Etheria's more domesticated creatures. Each type of pet has unique special abilities and a mind of its own, so finding a suitable pet to accompany you on your adventures can make all the difference.
That's cute. I like that.
The Tavern Keeper also provides services, including re-specializing your hero's statistics, renaming your hero,
Jesus,
and
that's
providing
expensive for
an
a rename.
experience
Fuck.
point bonus. Watch out. These
Pets
can
auto attack
be
anything near you.
expensive.
Are they powerful?
As you complete more difficult missions, the Tavern Keeper may find
It's
ever
true,
more
Patricia,
rare
thank you.
items and pets. So be sure to
Byakko
check
is the
back
White Tiger of the
frequently
West,
to
which
see
is
what
a
he's
famous
got for
yokai
sale.
and also features in ancient Chinese mythologies. Yeah, very, very cool. This is cute. This is a cool game. I can totally see this being a blast. You could lose a lot of time on this with your friends for sure. I love how saturated the colors are as well. All right, you guys. Well, I think we're pretty much ready to kind of finish up, to be honest. And we haven't had any raids recently, so I think that we might actually just turn them off. And I'll wrap up with you guys here, in just a moment. But that was a fun game. I like that. I actually think I liked pretty much everything that we played today. Byakko is the Japanese name. I believe that. Because we've gotten through 4 demos today, dude. Holy shit. We have gotten through 4 demos. Also, guess what we get to do? We get to go raid Precious Pocket Chalk, which I am thrilled about. We haven't gotten to raid her for a hot minute, and she's always so sweet and raids us. So, let me just make sure that I turn this off so that we don't accidentally get a raid in the midst of this. All right, my darlings, thank you so much for joining me. It has been nothing but a pleasure. Also, massive thank you to our incredible patrons, Red Tempestus. These are our top tier patrons. Fabulous Hiyuki Yorino, amazing Umberkit 31, Cutie Pie Catashax, lovely Lavender Rose 26, and Radical Ryoko Stara. Thank you ever so much to our fabulous raiders, the fabulous Frozen Star Dreamer, and the radical Neo Greg. Exclamation point, dude, he now has his own, well, Tau voice line mimicking him. But yes, let's go see the lovely Pocket Chalk. If you guys go into bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. I love y'all so much. I'll miss you all so very terribly, and I'll see you all tomorrow for some Final Fantasy XIV, okay? All right, my darlings. Have a wonderful one at work, fabulous Yuki. And you guys take the best care of yourselves because, you know, I would take the best care of you. Love you lots. Miss you terribly and see you tomorrow. Mwah. Bye-bye. Dude, it was huge!
Surprise communism!
Dude!
Pretty lady.
Dude, it was huge!